Alright guys, Spielin here, back, another live stream. As always, I have literally nothing ready right now, but, VBCan 12 is bad? VBCan 12 has been fucking good. Because it's been a fucking disaster, but it's actually been good. Anyway, continuing on AC Brotherhood. Survivor has been bad. Survivor was boring. To be fair, there's certain things I respect with what they did with this episode, but outside that, what the fuck is this? Congratulations to Mark, the winner of Titans vs. Rebels. That was something. I will say, I wish I streamed on Monday because by the Final Four episode, I was very much doubting Mark was winning. By that point, I was like, I think I'm 51 Ferris, 49 Mark. So, it is kind of funny that the last time I streamed was me being, really confident it was Mark. But I'm very happy Ferris won, though. I think that's the best case scenario for the season. I do think it's weird, though, when, looking at it from a, casual perspective, because obviously the casuals probably, think, oh, this is so boring. Obviously Ferris is going to win. But, again, Ferris has a very abnormal winner at it. And, I stand by everything I said about the, about Ferris's edit and Mark's edit and everything. I think that obviously just because I was wrong doesn't mean I was wrong to think that he would win. Because again, we're still basing this off the past. We're still basing this off previous editing trends. Towards when looking at previous editing trends, Ferris's edit is abnormal for a winner edit. Again, his edit very much screams out final juror. More so than winner. Where again, that's why I was saying even in the Kirby versus Ferris of it all, I think Kirby is more likely to win than Ferris, and I stand by that. Again, looking at just purely the edit, I think 100% Kirby had a better winning edit for Australian Survivor than Ferris did. Which again is why I'm actually happy that Ferris won. In the sense that now there's no real there's now the main character can win the show, where again obviously David won the show, and that's the one big exception, but again that was a very abnormal circumstance in itself, to where again I'm perfectly fine with Ferris winning. I think it's the best outcome, again, for it to be the payoff of the Kirby Ferris dynamic, which was the more interesting dynamic of the rivalries we had on the season. I also think Ferris played a really good game, even though again still flawed for sure, but I think Ferris played second best winning game Australian Survivor. To be honest, I don't think it's that far away from David's, which I think is something that might be controversial, because I think a lot of people have David assessed super fucking high. But I think David is assessed too highly by most people. Obviously, when it comes to Australian Survivor, yeah, he's number one. He has to be. But it's not David is this, all-time great winning game, though. David's game is also still a mess. To where I think David and Ferris are, not that far apart. So, yeah. I think Ferris is probably number two. I think he's better than Mark. Again, Mark literally needed an idol. Directly needed an idol to save himself at the final 7. So, I think, really his game and Mark's game are, somewhat similar. Though I think, that is something that, for sure makes Ferris above Mark for me. Then also, I think, Mark's, how do we say? Mark's, the meta of the time, I think, was maybe better for Mark. Is that the way to phrase it? Which, to be fair, obviously he took advantage of that. But I do think that was a season in particular that was very catered towards the bros sticking together. Yeah, it's bottom of the list, player 46 now. But he's bad, though. I mean, number one's Randon of the boots so far. I mean, that's not even a question. Yeah, I have Jelinski's like higher than Jess. I've already recorded the player ranking. I'm actually editing it right now. Well, at least right before starting the stream, obviously. I finished the review earlier today. It is 2 hours and 55 minutes long. So that is something. Again, when we're assessing their games, actually, really under any aspect, I don't even know how Banu's worse than Jess. Like, Jess is just a worse version of Banu. Like, if anything, I would debate Jelinski being higher than Banu. But really, I feel like everything Banu does wrong, Jess does wrong, but even worse. But I don't know. I think it's 7, is my guess. I think Banu is but yeah, like, is Ray or Caroline third? I mean, it's not Ray. Ray's not even that high, realistically. I think my issue with Ray, the thing is, I would have been willing to put Ray much higher had it been for had he been willing to cut Ferris, but he wasn't. So it's like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, what are you doing in the game at this point? Like, you're just essentially like willing to just hand Ferris to win, which is very strange because like he makes the move, like he makes the Jaden move, right? Like he makes that move like that, like he seemed to be aware that, okay, I need something for my resume, but it actually like doesn't give a shit at the end. I mean, the Kelly blowing up her game, that's something I'll give him credit for. Like, I think that's something, like, he built a strong enough relationship with Kelly to where she was, like, willing to blow up her game for him. I think that's something to give him credit for. I said this, like, last stream. I think it's in debate with San Juan del Sur. I think I would have it below San Juan del Sur, I think. But it's around there. I do not have Raymond higher than Eden. Though that was a debate, though. Well, yeah, top 4 is, like, kind of what you would expect, even though, like, I don't know. I very much debated on Mark. I mean, for Mark versus Caroline's also, like, a kind of tough debate. Express confirm Ray went to fire instead of voting out Ferris with the Titans. Yeah, which is bad. Who's a better winner, Ferris or D? Probably D, but not sure. Like, they're on the same caliber in my mind. I don't know. It's like D's overall game is strong. Like, her game is more consistent. Probably is the better way to phrase it. But I think she has much lower lows. Where again, like the final 5 round, I think is just like really terrible for D. So like, I don't feel like Ferris has anything like that bad. But I feel like D probably has like a more consistent game of like remaining at the top of the power structure for longer in the game. Okay, so yeah, with 46 in terms of the power ranking, I do have Hunter back at number 1. Straight up, I just don't know what the fuck's going on with this season. Like, I just think this is a weird season where, like, it feels like the story of the season so far has been so focused on Banu to where I don't even know if the proper season has started yet. Like, I'm, like, thinking maybe we have to wait until next episode to even, like, see the season properly start. Because it does feel like this is, like, a turning point for the season. Just because, like, by the way, Banu has, I believe, the second most confessionals in Survivor history for a pre-merge boot. And has the most confessionals through episode 4 of any season, I believe. Where, yeah, he has 35 confessionals in 4 episodes. Which I looked back at Russell Hantz. Russell Hantz only had 29 after episode 4. So I would be shocked if there's anyone that has more. Gina is the only pre-merge boot that has more. And she had 37 in 6 episodes. With a lot of those coming from her final episode. So, yeah. Like, I think Banu's, like, pre-merge edit here is, like, pretty unprecedented. To where I am, like, genuinely wondering if, like, has the season even, like, properly started? No, Liz had more, and I think Liz had around 40, didn't she? Like, I think she had, like, 43 or something, I think, in Heroes of Villains. I think. It was somewhere around there. But anyway, I'm pretty confident it's over 35 at least, though. Actually, yeah, that is funny. That yeah, Erica, her entire really most people, their entire seasons don't even get 35 confessionals. So like for Banu to get that in 4 episodes is pretty insane. I mean, obviously Survivor needs to go back to 2 tribes. I mean, that's kind of obvious. I mean, will it? Who the fuck knows? But I mean, I think that's pretty apparent. Yeah, Parvati had 30. Yeah, she has more than Parvati in all of Micronesia. I mean, it's like, what, 3 times almost the amount of Natalie White? Right? Natalie White had 14, right? In Samoa? Well, I guess it's not 3 times. Never mind. Yeah, that's not. That's like 2.5. But either way, it's still like it's still an insane number. 15, yeah. My rebirth video, my most negative video, potentially. Like straight, like for me, it's like I just wanted to say my piece on it and just like never think about it again, because I really just don't give a shit anymore. But I did want to make a video to like say what I thought of it. Do I have Hunter number 1? Yeah, again, yeah, Hunter's number 1 right now. I do have Gem too, just because I'm interested in what they're doing with Gem. But I think there are these like big red flags for her, to where it's like she still has like no personal content, despite the fact that like this was supposed to be this like big episode for her. Like we're getting this like introduction to her as a player, and like gets following up on these themes that she set up in her opening confessional. It's like we still have no personal content. I would not actually be opposed to playing it on stream. Actually, I think it would be funny to play Rebirth on stream. I don't know when that'll happen. It might not happen for like a while, but I think it would be funny though. Yeah, I already said Banu's number 2 of the boots so far, but like it's kind of by default. Where like Randon has me number 1, and again Banu survives over both Jelinski and Jess, in situations where he could have easily been the boot there. To where, like, to be fair, if Jelinski was like the second boot and not the first boot, I would have actually probably had Jelinski higher than Banu. But I think considering the fact that there's like 2 boots different between the two, made it to where Banu's ahead of him. I mean, Ferris is definitely above Haley on the winner ranking. Oh, on the player ranking. Are we saying like on the ranking of every player? I think it's tough because like I think the issue is that Haley and George have played twice now, where Ferris has only played once. So I think, like, just again, I haven't looked at my list or whatever. My gut instinct would be he would be number 4. Like I think he would be below David. He would be below Haley. He would be below George, and then I think he'll be above Mark. Because Mark is 4, right? I think Ferris is above Mark. So yeah, I think that's where I'm landing him, but I'm not like I haven't like thought about too much. But yeah, I will be doing the rank of every Australian Survivor player after next season, so I was able to solidify that. But again, I feel pretty good about that though. Like Kirby would be a debate. I don't know if she would actually crack it though. Like this is the thing. Like I actually like think Kirby could potentially be a better player than Ferris, but again, we only have their seasons to take into account. So where like Kirby's like a player that I think she plays over and over again. I think she would do very well most of those times. Where I think like Ferris is someone that like just openly comes off as schemy to people, even though he's not even that schemy. Again, like he just like instantly had this target on his back of being this like salesman person that no one trusted. And because that, like, I just don't know how well he does on, like, every season. Where I feel like I would have more faith in Kirby. Especially when like, Kirby is playing this very, like, cutthroat game, yet isn't having any of that target on her back. And, like, she's still able to get, like, Valeria and Charles and them, like, on board. And believing that she's, like, this very honest player. I haven't really even thought about where Mark lands as the final juror. what is the final juror ranking? So like L is 1, right? Like Mark's like essentially like Mark I think plays a like probably like bottom middle tier game. I think the interesting about Mark is that he probably ends up winning if he gets to the end in most situations. Obviously I don't think he beats Kirby. I think against Ferris it's a battle. Like I think it's close. Where I think they both get votes at least. But again, Mark easily beats Caroline. I think Mark probably beats Raymond.
Where is Bartolomeo?
At the fight downstairs.
He has such an aggressive
Is George Byrne L? Probably, right? Yeah. So yeah.
Take these carrier pigeons, for example.
Thank God we didn't get another. Yeah, again, I'm happy Mark didn't win. And I even say this in my review. Like, thank God he didn't fucking win. Like, I'm much happier with a Ferris win than a Mark win. Or I don't think Mark played particularly well for a lot of it.
He will be there.
So like if he wins here, it's essentially him kind of lucking out to a win. So it's like, thank God he didn't fucking win. And I think like the Ferris win's a much better storyline. Oh, I forgot about Josh too. I mean, either way, like Mark's probably towards the bottom, I would guess. Like not the very bottom. Okay, actually, fuck it, let's look it up. Like I think Mark plays like again, he has a very good early game. Again, I think pre-swap he plays very well. Post-swap it's a complete fucking disaster. Early merge is like very mixed. Mid-merge is, to be fair, also pretty mixed. And end game is like kind of him lucking out at points and him like I don't know, doing well at least like rebonding with Caroline.
How do I find them?
Like I think there's like things to give him credit for sure, but I don't really look at his game particularly highly. Okay, so yeah, I have Josh 1, L2. So I assume this is before Here's Villains, right? Which I think Josh is above George. There's a final juror game. Wait, I mean like but below L, he'll be below Moana. Here, I think Harry and Mark is interesting.
What have you discovered?
And then Mark and Brian is also interesting. I think he lands maybe above Brian, below Harry. I don't know, Harry did need an idol. Maybe he is higher than I thought, actually. Which is like funny because again, I don't think his game's that good, but maybe he is like, I don't know, potentially 4 or 5 or so. Like I've not thought about where Caroline ranks either, but I think Caroline is a like very solid runner-up. Like I definitely think that there was a lot of like biases towards her, though at the same time I do understand why she loses from just a fundamental standpoint. I do think like even though again I think she has like the older woman archetype thing that like harms her perception, she still like did not play great. Again, she has like some like seemingly mediocre social game where I guess she got into these like tiffs with people that people didn't like her for. She again fails at making the final 6 move, which is not a good look either. Yeah, was this King of? Oh, I've seen this. Yeah, which is funny. Wow, like again, like Banu being compared to them is sad. Right, I like Banu. Like obviously, in an ideal world where we had this entire first 4 episodes essentially focused on his story, no. I think it was a bit overkill, but I do like him. I mean, he's not meant for Survivor. He should never play Survivor ever again. But I do like him as a person, though. Yeah, like Valeria's comment about how like you're not making any moves to Ferris and Caroline is fucking stupid. Where it's like, again, like especially for Caroline, it's like she literally took out Viola. Like that's the entire like basis around your fucking game is like, oh, I need revenge for Viola. It's like you're saying she makes no moves when like she's doing like she made the big move that like you're so fucking pissed about. But yeah. But yeah, what is this one? First Devour, didn't get lucky. Oh, yeah, I saw this earlier. This is a really dumb comment. Well, yeah, like Ferris didn't get lucky that the opposing alliance lost their votes most of the time. It's they're like Ferris literally got. I mean, like, too fair, he wasn't going home during that trial, but definitely bettered his position in the episode 10 tribal, which is literally a situation where only 3 people got to vote. I think Banu's arc will get better on a rewatch. I agree, for sure. And again, like I have respect for like how it's portrayed. Like I actually like listening to the On Fire podcast made me respect it even more. Where like I think that's actually really cool, like how they told Banu's story, where the way that they handle like so the entire like post tribal scene or post immunity challenge scene, I mean, is like a recreation of the stages of grief, where they went through each stage of the stage of grief and showing Banu's acceptance at him going home, and essentially that being his like death in the game. I think that's actually really cool. Like it's something I didn't pick up on like when watching the episode, but then like actually thinking back on it, you realize like, oh, that is like what happened. It's like he does go through like each of the stages one by one, and that's like a cool like editing trick there. There's like I have respect for how they put this together, but like it's still like a shitty result though. It's still boring. Thoughts on Maria? I thought this was a bad episode for her. Oh yeah, like I think just in general it was pretty bad for like all of Sega outside of Gem. Like I think it's continuing to be bad for Charlie in particular. Maria was shown to be duped by the idol, and also duped into thinking that Tim was the one that planted it. That's bad. Tim's non-existent still. Ben didn't really get much content, to where actually I think I moved Ben up a little bit, just because like he's not getting the negativity at least. And Mariah is Mariah can't jump. That's Mariah. 3 on the power ranking. Who is it? Oh yeah, I moved Tevin back up. Just because it's like really, it's just like at this point, I don't know what the fuck's like what they're doing. I don't know what the season is. I'm legitimately in a spot where like I think we just need to wait until next week and see what they do. Because like I don't feel like there's been much to go off of with this season so far. Like where again, like just so much of it has been focused on Yanu that I don't even feel like Siga and Nami's like true storylines have like fully started yet. Yeah, I think Soda is like if they go to Tribal, I think Soda's probably gone. Like I think if we're going like tribe by tribe, I think Q is probably gone if Yanu goes. Like I think Q has the like not as strong edit of the 3 for longevity, to where I could definitely see Q going. I think it's fine that Venus had no confessionals, because she like again, like it's a bit of a cooldown episode. I will say, like in an ideal world, yeah, we would have gotten a bit more reaction to her after Randon left, but like we did get that last episode where like it's not like a death knell or anything. It's like it's just kind of whatever. I do think that I think Venus will. I'm like again, I'm debating on like what to think of Venus's edit, because there is this like Marianne aspect of it. So like there was a lot of talk about Marianne in a similar way to Venus, but I feel like Marianne's like I felt like Marianne had a bit more going on, but also it's like again, like we're still so early in the season that it's like it's not really that big of a difference. Timothy will probably want to vote out Q to make it look like Banu was wrong. I think like logically, I think that's the reason. I just think also edit wise, I feel like Kenzie and Tiffany feel like they have more longevity to them the fact that they were like set up as this like proper duo in the premiere, and then we're like continuing to get these like perpetuating storyline. Like the thing about like Kenzie is that like the fact that we're like getting this like constant talk about how big of a threat she is feels like set up for like post merge more so than it is now, where again like Tiffany just in general feels like someone that will make it far, and also just like also logically like I don't see a way where she goes anyway. To where like I don't know what Q's story is. Yeah, like his story was Banu, and now that Banu's gone, it's like what is he doing here? So yeah, I think Q is the one that's the most expendable there. Okay, that was bad. But yeah, I think Soda's gone from Nami if they go. Siga is interesting. Where like it's probably Tim, right? Which, like, I mean, first kind of what I expected, like after the premiere and everything, but I guess just like Tim's barely on the show though, which is like the tough thing to gauge with Tim. To where it's like typically that would mean that he at least like he probably wouldn't be the next boot. Where like I mean I guess we did get proper enough setup. We did have like Jem say that okay I think this is Tim doing this and everything. So I guess that is like enough probably of a setup. But it is weird that we never got like Tim's actual perspective on it. Which again, it seems like we're going to get that next episode where it was in the preview, but it feels like that needed a bit more step for him to actually be the like immediate boot. What was this about Mark? Liz continuing to climb up. I don't think Liz is winning. This is a thing. I didn't pay attention to it, but yeah, that's actually kind of cool. That Mark's wife was wearing Shawnee's dress. Yeah, wait, what's this pose? History. Oh, we're talking about traders. I mean, Sri is the best trader. It's not like of US at least. It's not even close. Yeah, like the reason why Brandy clocked her is because Reza, right? And actually, she never got votes. Also, like Brandy did say that like Sri is the traitor. But again, like I believe that was because Reza told her, right? Yeah, I could see that. I could see like him being like Tim being taken out in a spot where like we're not supposed to feel bad for him. It's like yeah, like double boots or like being idled out of the game, something to that nature. Sifu, I mean, I think it's like different from Sifu. Like, I mean, like his raw edit is like similar to Sifu. I think like like the thing is like I don't think Tim is that interesting to begin with though, which is like a difference there in the sense that like Sifu is this like larger than life character, and the fact that he's not getting that much content is like a major knock against him. Well, with like Tim, it's like, well, I just don't think Tim's that interesting. It doesn't really have much going on, so it's like I think this could just be because he doesn't have much going on. Hunter Venus similar to Ellie and Gabler? I don't think so. Because like Ellie and Gabler was like a thing brought up like almost every episode. Hunter and Venus literally got brought up in what, one episode? So no, I don't think it's similar at all. Sort of AU Twitter account being dumb and tweeting tribal too early and spoiling Fierce one final. Is that a thing? That's funny. I did get spoiled before I watched the finale that Mark, I went on YouTube. Like, I like got up and just like opened YouTube and all of a sudden fucking Mark's Ponderosa video is there. I'm like, okay, cool. But again, like I was already like heading in that direction anyway. They were like, I didn't really care that much, but like, so that is really stupid. That's the thing though. That they're just like posting the Jury Villa videos with spoilers in them right away. Venus handed Soda the idol. Yeah, I did see that. I did see that this episode. I missed the moment last episode. I'll probably go back and watch it for the review to see what she does there, but like I did notice it this episode. Seemed the biggest dud on the gas. I mean, he doesn't have much going on. The thing that's weird is that I believe confessional-wise... Let's open the confessional account again. I believe Tim and Hunter are tied at the bottom. Yeah. Which, like, that's shocking, right? Like, I feel like... And, like, Hunter's been at the bottom of the confessional account the entire season. Which, like, you would not think that, right? Like, Hunter feels like he's been a big character on the show. Yeah, he's only had 6 confessionals. So, yeah, that is strange. Lots of 42. I have not been so, okay, this is where I'm at with the Laced Up Lauren rewatch. I decided fuck it and decided to rewatch Ghost Island also. So I've not been keeping up with 42. So essentially, like, her streams are up to HHH right now. I decided, you know what, I haven't watched Ghost Island in forever either. I feel like Ghost Island's a season that my opinion of it continues to drop as time goes on. I feel like before I watch the season ranking, I might as well rewatch Ghost Island. So I started rewatching Ghost Island, and I'm up to the Bradley boot episode. And it's pretty much the same. I don't think much has changed. The perimeter is fine. I mean, Ghost Island, though, like, it's very surreal watching Ghost Island. Because it feels like Ghost Island is, like, kind of like the setup to the new era, but also like the antithesis of the new era at the same time. It's like very strange how, okay, I don't know why I just did that. Oh, okay. Shit, what do I do here? Do I get myself killed? But like, it's like weird because like obviously it's like they're doing all these things of like, oh, you lose your voe and you go into Ghost Island, which is essentially a journey style thing. But it also is like a theme that's so heavy-handed and so forced in there that it also feels like opposed to the new era as well, which is like gone without themes. It's like very strange how rewatching Ghost Island now, and I think it makes me realize like how much like I'm actually fine with no themes, especially if we're gonna get gameplay-based themes like Ghost Island. I actually don't mind that like themes are gone. I don't mind casting themes. I think casting themes are whatever, they're fine. But I think if we're going to get themes like Ghost Island, then it's like, what are we doing? This is not really worth it. Thoughts on Dawn Eviction? So I didn't watch the actual episode, but obviously I've like been keeping up and everything. I mean, like, we haven't talked about BB Can at all, have we? What a train wreck. Like, what the fuck is going on? Or again, like, I love what, like, I was, talking about how, like, Spicy V, I mean, like, again, she's gonna fuck up, probably, but she's probably still, like, in it for the long haul. Yeah, she's probably not at this point. Even though, like, she's actually still not, like, terribly positioned, but she's just, like, continuing to, like, blow up her spot, left and right. What is this clip? Oh, it's from Laced Up Lauren.
Thank you for the opportunity. Oh, he's so wonderful, and dude, I guarantee he is so well loved. Look at this exit.
Yep, Jonathan is so well loved.
Thank you for the opportunity.
It is funny how much she fucking loves Jonathan. By the way, the more and more I watch Laced Up Lauren, the more like I realize like she doesn't understand the game at all. Like, it really makes me like, is this really what casuals think when they watch Survivor? Because I feel like it probably is. Because it's like such a weird view. Okay, what the fuck am I doing? It's like weird, like, seeing this perspective of the show. Because at least with like Will Neff, hey, Will Neff is obviously someone that's like hyper focused on challenges stuff. But like, I feel like Will Neff at least like understands the strategy of the game. It can at least like break it down. Where I feel like Laced Up Lauren has no clue what the fuck the strategy of the game is. And just like has these like very quick reactions to things and like puts no actual thought into those reactions. I don't know, it's just very weird, like seeing this more like casual like view of the show. Found out one of your coworkers is a big Survivor fan. Her perspective is fascinating. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, like, I just have a very, like, different view of the show from most people. It's where I also had a coworker that watched Survivor, and, like, when talking to her about it, it's like, like obviously I just view the show so differently. Um, but like Lace of Lore, like actually seeing like the like reaction to like every little thing from like a casual perspective is just weird. But yeah. I was supposed. Is this the same one? Yeah, I already reacted to this earlier. Don't like talking to Survivor of other people because most of them only care about comps. Yeah, yeah. And again, that's the thing of Lace of Lore. It's like she's like so disappointed when there's no competition, like no reward challenge. Like, who gives a shit? And like she's always like yelling out like, "Oh, come in, guys!" Like, who fucking cares? Like, I've never once cared about what Jeff says when they're fucking calling people in. Like, I could not give a shit. Like, it's such a like nothing thing to me. To where like it is like I don't know. And like I'm pretty sure superfan like there are superfans that care about that too, right? But it's like I just don't. Like I really don't care. It's like it's weird like because like Will Neff obviously has this thing too of like really like picking apart like the strategy of the challenges and like what's the best way to do this challenge. Like I don't care. Like who fucking cares? Like this doesn't matter. Like this is all just fluff for the show. Like this doesn't actually mean anything. But again, that's just my point of view. That's in Dennis winning second veto. Why? Why do you win that second veto? Why do you win the first veto? Like I don't actually mind him winning one competition. Probably this one would have been better than the first. Like the first one, he just had no reason to win at all. I think this one, like there could have been a better reason for it, but then he just doesn't really do anything with it. And like obviously, like after you had already won the first one, don't win the second one. But like this was his first veto win. I think there's like at least like a rationale that okay, this could be a good move. But like to win 2 in a row now, it's just like setting himself up for failure at this point. I don't know why you're posting a tweet over and over again. I've already reacted to it. It's like whatever.
What are you doing here?
Spoilers. Had the best. Wait, Mark had the best odds early on. Shifted to Ferris weeks ago. Okay, interesting. So it was spoiled that Ferris won by the end.
Do you know where she is?
We're getting like Ferris for me. Again, it's just like it's like from a casual perspective, and like too fair. Like I don't know, like how much of that is actual spoiled, and how much of that is just like what people genuinely thought. Because like early on, Mark had the best like edit on paper. Like from a casual perspective, like Mark was being portrayed the most positively, and then obviously it shifted to Ferris by like week 3 or so. Like essentially after the swap, I think that's when like the edit shifts to, where am I going in? It's up here, right? Shifts to Ferris. So like I don't know how much of that is like spoilers and how much of that is just like how the edit was portrayed. Billy would be the poster child on why it's bad to put all your eggs in one basket. Yeah. Especially when that one basket is spicy V.
Please, you must whisper it only to yourself.
Yeah, 46 is bad. Which is like again, like I don't know what they would have done. Like I don't think it's because of like production or anything though. Like it's just bad. Like it's just like I don't know if there was much they can do. Like really, I think they did like the best they could have done with the content they had. Obviously, there's like fundamental issues with just the new era and everything. But like I'm like considering like the content that they had to work with. I feel like the episode like it's what they could do. Like I mean like I don't have like issues with how they like produced the episode, but it's just there's just nothing going on. Doesn't Anthony's behavior? What about it? As protecting V, I mean, well, it always is going to. I think it'll always protect like the people in power, unless it's like a Kyle Moore like level bad. Like I think they'll try to protect people in power while they're in power, and then after they're out of power, then they'll like say fuck off essentially. Unlucky tribe divisions and challenge results, yeah. Yeah, it's funny too because like I believe like Yanu was like the tribe everyone was expecting to do well in challenges, right? Because like people were thinking, oh, Q and Tiffany are like really strong. Jelinski's like a bigger guy. Banu still isn't like a slouch either. So like I remember like pre-season, like people thought like Nami was going to be the bad tribe, right? Or was it Siga? But either way, I remember like Yanu was the one that like was not being talked about at all. Okay, well,
Rescuing princesses from castles now?
treatment of Bailey. I don't even know what her treatment of Bailey is. His treatment of Bailey is. Have issues with how much content they gave to someone who got out early. But again, I feel like that's because there's just nothing going on, though. I feel like he is the only thing going on. Like, I just think there's genuinely nothing interesting going on this season. As of yet. Because, like, the other two tribes haven't really had to play yet. Where, like, Yanu's just going to tribal over and over again. There's, like, not much intrigue to be had there because Banu's such an obvious target. So it's like, I think in that situation, the best you can do is, like, really go all in on the Banu story. And, like, really try to make it, like, this, like, grander story for the season. But it's, like, it's still, like, not really, entertaining. Yeah, obviously, like, 3 tribes just needs to stop, but it's not going to. Like, I mean, like, even... Like, actually, really the thing is, like, 3 tribes still actually wouldn't even be that bad if they were bigger tribes. Like, if it was Australian Survivor and they did 3 tribes of 8, that's fine. Again, like, Australian Survivor won't do that because Australian Survivor is against 3 tribes. But, like, if they were to do 3 tribes, I feel like that wouldn't be as bad as US. The problem with the US is that there's only 6 people voting. And even then, people are losing votes. There's just, like, almost no, like, there's just nothing to work with there. And especially when, like, mixing in the fact that they swap also, or that there is no swap also, it's like, there's just nothing going on in the season. And it's, like, funny that, like, we've obviously been waiting for these, like, 90-minute episodes. And then, like, the second season we have of that is a season where, like, why do we have 90-minute episodes? It's like, wish we didn't have 90-minute episodes for this season. And the fact that we spent, like, what, 2 hours in episodes 1 and 2, and then 90 minutes after that, where there's, like, nothing going on, is what's really making the season feel so bad. Especially when, like, there's only, what, two days per cycle. Like, we've literally gotten... How many hours? We've gotten 6 hours of content out of the first 9 days of the show. Like, that's quite a bit. When, again, there's, like, nothing going on.
Salute, Lucrezia. How I've missed you.
Yeah, I mean, that is the... Yeah, essentially... Again, also because it's, like, yeah, it's, like, easier for a tribe to get demolished when it is 3 tribes, to where, at that point, it makes it more likely that people are going to get to the merge... without ever going to tribal. Even then, like, just fundamentally, because there are 3 tribes and you only need to not come in last, means that more than likely people won't go to tribal. And this is the thing that I don't understand. Like, why aren't we having, like, joint tribals? Like, shouldn't that be, like, an obvious thing to do? Like, how are we not having joint tribals in the new era? Like, it's very strange that we've only had, like, 2 joint tribals in the history of the show. Whereas, like, that just feels like such an obvious thing to do here. Like, it's bizarre that, like, we just haven't had one. And I guess it's because it's continuing on with the dangerous fun thing of, like, he wants small tribes. But, like, that's fucking stupid. Yeah, like, joint tribals aren't dangerous enough. Somehow. We had Edge of Extinction, where Wendy goes home. Which I actually literally just rewatched it. I watched the entire pre-merge of Edge of Extinction, by the way, also. So, with Lace Up Lauren, I'm up to the Bradley boot in Ghost Island. I watched up to the Joe boot in Edge of Extinction. Though, I think what I'll probably do is finish Ghost Island first before going back to that. And then with 42, I think I got up to... I got up to the...
It is not your
I think I started the high boot episode, but I think I only got like a few minutes in. I didn't see the... Yeah, that actually seems pretty cool, the Marvel 1943 game. I wonder if it's too good to be true, though? Or, like, obviously it's, like, supposed to be game, like, in-game footage, but, like, it looks insane. So, like, that makes me think, like, is there a catch here? Like, is this not actually what the game properly looks like? But it is interesting. Like, I believe it's a single-player, linear, story-based Marvel game where he plays Captain America and Black Panther. Like, that's cool. Yeah, Amazing Race was actually decent considering, like, you could very much tell there was nothing going on in Edge of Extinction. Is Keith the worst Edge of Extinction player? No, it's Reem. Probably more solidified than after the rewatch. Where again, Keith, I think, like, is really suffering from the fact that he's so young. Like, I think there is, like, this interesting aspect of Keith in the fact that he's, like, such a self-interested player. Like, probably too much so to where, like, no one can really trust him. But, like, I don't know. I don't mind Keith as a player. Yeah, it's by Amy Hennig, who did Uncharted and, what was it? Legacy of Kain, right? So, yeah, that'll be cool.
It seems to open from over there.
But yeah, Amazing Race was, like, weird, where, like, you could tell that there was, like, this was such a short leg, right? Like, there was almost, like, nothing to work with, yet somehow they actually made, like, a somewhat decent 90-minute episode. Like, that was genuinely surprising to me. Because, like, literally the entire leg was, like, just them running around, like, a specific area, right? Like, it wasn't even, like, that grand of a leg. It was literally, like, all in the same area with there being two tasks. Like, there was a detour and there was a roadblock, and that's it. So the fact that they were able to stretch it out to 90-minute episodes and not to a 90-minute episode and not make it terrible was surprising. I mean, I'm still, like, Survivor's still Survivor, to where, like, I still enjoy Survivor more than Amazing Race, no matter what. Where, like, Amazing Race is kind of where, like, I don't know, I'm not paying attention as much. Like, I don't have to care about, like, every little thing with Amazing Race. So obviously I care a lot more with Survivor. Started watching Santa Carolina 2 episodes in. The season's a massive train wreck. JoJo having a rotten penis. Wild, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's a season I actually do really want to rewatch. Because it's probably the season I have the worst memory of at this point of the, like, international seasons, but yeah, that's, like, it's an insane season from, like, that point of view. If I remember right, though, gameplay-wise, it's not interesting until later. But, still. Started watching my old Walking Dead playthrough, and it's great how through season 2 you slowly realize how shit it is. I mean, the thing is, like, I had played it before the playthrough that's on the Let's Play channel. But I believe that was, like, the first time I played it in, like, years. Where, like, I played it when it came out, but then I didn't play it since, and that was, like, what, 5 years later or so? Wendy was one of the worst voting records. Yeah. Because, like, the thing is, like, she was at least, like, in on some of the votes, right? Actually, no, I guess she wasn't, was she? Yeah, I guess it just is all around bad. Yeah, she was just, like, really gung-ho about, like, needing, wait, what? Oh, wait, what'd I do here? But yeah, she was, like, really gung-ho about, like, needing Wentworth out. So, like, that, like, really tunnel-visioned her in terms of her votes. Nico gives an inspirational speech after Christina quits and Chub just leaves. Yeah.
Carly,
what is this?
Only 48% chose Carly. 52%
This is
chose
6 years
Doug?
ago.
In what fucking world are we in? Wait, this changed so fucking much from when I first played the game. It used to be like 75% fucking chose Carly. What the fuck? Who the fuck chose Doug?
Who the fuck did choose Doug?
Who the fuck are these people?
What a clip. But yeah, like, Who the fuck did choose Doug? Like, who's actually playing Walking Dead Telltale and thinking, you know what, Doug's such a great character? I think there actually, yeah, now I think about it, I think there probably wasn't there? No, I feel like I do remember that now. But still. Yeah, like, was that, like, what influenced the changing in the statistics? Or are the statistics just wrong? Because that would not shock me either, though. That's from Walking Dead Season 1. The Telltale game. Telltale makes me so aggressive. I mean, like, I think that was back when I was still at least kind of trying to make it a Let's Play channel, if I remember. Because, like, that was, like, one of my first Let's Plays, if I remember right. Because I think what happened is I played, like, AC Origins, I think I played Horizon, I think I played Rise of the Tomb Raider, and I think it was Uncharted Lost Legacy. I think those are, like, the first 4 games I played. Those were, like, at the end of 2017. Then in 2018, I just started, like, replaying a whole bunch of, like, my favorite games. I think Walking Dead Telltale was, like, one of the first ones. I think it was, like, Assassin's Creed games, and then it was Walking Dead Telltale. So where, like, that was still where I was, like, kind of trying to ham it up, yeah. But it is still funny, though. Should Carly have yelled Sia? 100%. Yeah, he really blew that, didn't he? There's like no chance that he's getting the Sia money now. Are Sia? Imagine like what if Sia and like Taylor Swift were like best friends? Imagine like Charlie wins because Sia loves Taylor Swift. Yeah, I'm very happy Ferris won. Obviously, it was not what I was expecting based on last stream, but I do think the editing of the Final Four episode like very much pointed to a Ferris win. So I do talk about in the review, but like just the immunity challenge, where like we're getting this like really like somber music when Mark wins. Like he gets like really emotional, yet we're like getting this like really sad music and getting more focus on like Ferris's reaction. Like it's like how is Mark winning at this point? Like this is just a weird thing to do to your winner. Is to like make like him the villain right before the end. So I think at that point I was like, okay, I think Mark is like the final boss. I think that's more of what this is than Mark going on to win. Because that was like a very strange portrayal. I mean, like for finale week, I think it was good. Like straight like finale weeks, like the finale, like yeah, like the final like few votes usually aren't that interesting. I think considering that, I think there was like intrigue to be had. I think the finale though was kind of like whatever. Like I think it was pretty clear cut at that point. What was gonna happen. I did not love Final Tribal though, like the editing of Final Tribal. I did see that yeah, there's Assassin's Creed, like there's Assassin's Creed cards coming out, right, for Magic the Gathering, which is dumb. But it's like what, it's pretty, like it's inoffensive, but like it's still like weird that that's a crossover. Yeah, I mean, like again, like I think with Australian Survivor, I would have to quantify it differently. Because, like, yeah, just, like, too many people would have, like, technical purple edits. Because, like, I believe what my rule was for US is that I said if you have an average of less than one confessional. Yeah, on Australian Survivor, it's like half the cast has an average of less than one confessional. So it's like, I would have to change the rules for that, obviously. And to be fair, like, more, like, the proper way to do it would be... like to not even base it on confessionals and do it over screen time, considering like how much less of a focus confessionals seem to be in Australian Survivor. But I would see that Maximilian's still not done, which I'm interested in his reaction to. I'm assuming he's gonna like it, which he shouldn't, but I assume he's gonna like it. I'm not sure if it's top 15 season of reality television or Survivor. Survivor, like it's top 10. Of reality TV, I think it's right outside top 15. Defense Rebirth, switch to easy to rush through it. Yeah, I didn't love the lack of weight in the air scene. Yeah. Yeah, I think they like. It's just weird, like because it's like again by the end of this game, like my interpretation of this is that okay, this is them genuine. Like, I love how I'm going to rant about Rebirth again, but like this is them genuinely remaking Final Fantasy VII. This is actually their current view of Final Fantasy VII. This is what they actually think Final Fantasy VII should be. Like, I don't think this is a sequel anymore. I don't think that like, or at least that's not the purpose of this story. Again, my assumption throughout Remake was that, okay, the purpose of all this is that this is going to actually be a sequel. I don't think that's the purpose. Again, it might be a sequel. It might, like, just end up having aspects of a sequel, but I don't think that's what they're trying to do. I think they're legitimately just remaking Final Fantasy VII. And for them to actually think that this is a way to make it better is insane. Like, that's, like, pure insanity to me. Wait, Cleopatra... Oh, wait, Cleopatra and Leonardo da Vinci would canonically fight each other. Do they have cards for, like, Cleopatra to give a card to? Oh, thank God fucking got Loveless into the game. I am interested in, like, so, like, Loveless... like, obviously Loveless is a parallel for Crisis Core. However, I wonder, like, this version of Loveless that we, like, saw in Remake, I wonder if that's going to play into Part 3. It's going to parallel Part 3. Or, like, parallel Zack's story, I should say. Does stream keep stopping? Well, that's not good. I don't see anything on my end, though, but... I don't know, maybe it's a Twitch thing? Because I'm seeing it fine on my point of view. Actually, I didn't see the Yuffie one. I didn't even know Yuffie. You could do Loveless with Yuffie. So I got the Aerith one. I saw the Tifa one. But yeah, I didn't know there was a Yuffie one. So that's interesting. I feel like that'd be weird, though. Oh, the Assassin's Creed cars... I mean, like, but like Leonardo DiCaprio, fuck me, Leonardo da Vinci, like, makes sense at least. Like, that's one that I can, like, again, like, he's a pretty iconic character from Assassin's Creed. Where, like, I think when people think of, like, historical characters in Assassin's Creed, it's like, okay, Leonardo da Vinci, like, usually is one that people remember. Who the fuck is to give Cleopatra? When you're thinking of Assassin's Creed characters. Karl Marx. Yeah, are we gonna get like fucking like Charles Dickens and stuff like that? Ben Franklin, is Ben Franklin gonna get a card? Hopefully, girls. It is funny how like on BB Can, like this entire season, like preseason plus also like the entire first week is like all focused on like, oh, the girls are getting together. We're gonna make sure a woman wins the season, and yet we're at this point where like the first two boots are women. It's like, how do we get here? Like, what is happening on this season? It's like, what a train wreck. I just wish we had feed so I could be more invested in it. But like, it's weird because like I do feel like I'm very much watching this BB Can season from like from an outside view. To like even with like BB Can 11, I feel like I was a lot more invested in the digital dailies and stuff to where I would keep up with them. Here, I'm like, okay, I'll check on Twitter, see what people are saying, but I don't really care that much to actually like be caught up on like every little thing. But again, it does feel like a train wreck. Is Bailey fucked? I haven't seen, like, my thing is I saw them wanting to target Dennis, right? Well, at least the women. Like, I saw the women wanting to target Dennis. Like, I assume Anthony will want to target Bailey. Like, that would make sense. But, like, I don't know, I didn't get the sense that Bailey was, like, the #1 target for the next week.
The liberation of Roma has begun.
I leave today.
Let's see how my best player of all time is acting. What is this?
If you don't talk to me about game, and you don't talk to me personally anymore, and you don't tell me who we are working with, and you're not reassuring me anymore, and then I hear that specifically you're going to come for
This is
me,
with Anthony?
what am I supposed to say?
In the most humble way possible, I don't understand how somebody who's never played this game before is telling me, who went to Final 2, who had the most dominant alliance and loyalty of all time. Listen to what I'm saying. The most dominant alliance and loyalty of all time. How are you telling me how the game should be played?
I'm not telling you how the game should be played.
I mean, 100%. This is what I would expect from Anthony.
If somebody's not telling me
As
this,
someone who played the game with a bunch of people in a group,
Like, obviously,
you
it's
should
very
understand
condescending, but this is how Anthony acts. Like, I don't think that was, like, that's not shocking to me that he would say, like, that's kind of what I expected from him. Because the thing is, like, he always acts like that. It's just that he usually gets his way, like, he usually is able to convince people of what he's saying. To where, like, despite him being arrogant on paper, like, it works. Like, I think Bailey is someone that's, like, seemingly strong-willed enough to where, like, it wouldn't really work as well. Where, like, the thing is, like, the way he talks there isn't that different from how he would talk to, like, Kira. Yeah, it works on Kira, because Kira sucks. Yeah, I feel like Bailey's probably more strong-willed to where, like, it doesn't work there. But yeah, to me, that's, like, that's kind of what I expected from him. But obviously, yeah, not a good look, though. But again, if you watch him, like, post-show, you can tell, like, that's how he actually, like, he genuinely thinks he's the best player of all time. And, like, he'll tell you that to his to your face. That he'll, like, constantly hype up how great the Pretty Boys is. Which is, again, like, what makes him, like, the hype man that he is. That's why, like, he's usually this person that is hyping people up. Because, like, he is genuinely, like, proud in these situations. But again, it's, like, his strongest, like, asset while also being, like, his biggest, like, weakness at the same time. Where, like, if it works very, very well. If it doesn't, he just comes off as a massive asshole. Yeah, why am I not using this? There we go. Yeah, Didn't Know Deal was decent. I mean, I think it's, like, it's interesting to see how Boston Rob goes on this season. Because it's, like, it's funny how, like, it feels like he's playing the same, right? He's essentially, like, doing the Redemption Island strategy again. And, like, it's kind of working, but it's, like, in a game format that, like, isn't suited for that. To where, like, it's a game where, like, you're fucked if you go into... Like, you can just be sniped out of the game, essentially. Like, it's like, you have Deal or No Deal. Like, the person that goes into Elimination goes into Deal or No Deal, which is essentially a luck-based game. Like, obviously, there are odds. And true, but also, I'll also say, I would not be shocked if this was, like, somewhat rigged for Boss Rob. Shouldn't be some phrasing. Again, like, I'm not seeing it on my end, so I feel like it's Twitch. Because I literally have stream in front of me. We on BB Can 2 made you really think about how deep Sabrina and Aika's beef runs. Are we talking about, like, post-show? Or, like, on the show they hated each other. But at least by the time of, like, week 3, right? Like, by time for HOH. Like, Aika's HOH. Like, they started to hate each other. Oh, this is the dumbest mission in the entire game. Remember that Aika said that Sabrina nearly kicked her off the show. Yeah. That was a comment. I don't think I mentioned that in the retrospective, right? But yeah, like, Sabrina would just, like, make up stuff about her. Which, like, too fair, I think, like, Sabrina, like, believes it to a degree. Like, I don't think Sabrina's, like... I think Sabrina's just Sabrina. To where, like, I think, like, Sabrina, like, genuinely thought Aika was threatening her. But she obviously, like, wasn't, like, genuinely threatening her.
take your mother.
Is Poverty or Sandra one traders? Or they have been Survivor Go? That doesn't change anything. Traders is a radically different game to Survivor. Like, it literally has no effect at all. Like, I don't, like, change where Cerise, like, I don't change, like, where Cerise is on the Survivor ranking because of her winning traders. Yeah, actually, do they even get drunk anymore on BB Can? I guess to be fair, we wouldn't know anymore, but, like, do they still give them a whole bunch of alcohol on BB Can in modern day? I actually don't even remember from, like, recent seasons. Okay, cool. Yeah, I do remember that entire situation. Sure, I just didn't feel like it was important enough to, like, properly talk about in the video. Or, like, if something, like, if it made it on the show, then I would have talked about it, obviously. But, like, it didn't, so I'm like, the video's long enough already. I'm gonna miss Australian Star. I'll be honest, I'm not. I love this season. Again, one of the best seasons. Like, really, probably, what, the best season since David vs. Goliath? Wait, game? Can I, why can't I climb this? Okay, cool. Why can't I climb this? I should be able to climb this, right? Anyway, yeah, like, probably best season since David vs. Goliath. I'm good with it being gone, though. I think it's, like, it was such a time commitment for me to where I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I've considered that. Actually, I think I have it on my, like, list of videos, if I remember right. Like, on my, like, I think it's actually on the schedule for, like, a year from now or something. To where I think I thought about doing it. I think at this point, I think I'm gonna cancel it, though. Just because it's, like, I don't know. I feel like there's there's videos I would rather do more than that. Of, like, by the way, I'm talking about top 10 social strategy players. Just in general. That also, I think it's tough to assess. Because, like, really, Traders would not even really factor into it at all. Like, Traders is not a social strategy game. It's a social deduction game with social strategy aspects. So it's, like, nothing really changes for me on social strategy. Like, however, like, Cerise's Big Brother appearance, like, that would factor into the ranking more. But I believe that was when I, like, concepted the video of, like, maybe I'll do it. It's like when Cerise went on Big Brother. But I'm at this point where I'm like, I should rather do other stuff. I think I want to do my, like, I want to do the top reality TV season of every year video. Where I did that for games, like, back when I started the channel. Of, like, going through all the previous years and talking about what's my game of the year. I want to do that for reality shows. Especially now that I have that list that I made anyway, to where, like, it would be an easy video to make. So I think I might do that. How's Hi-Fi Rush? It's fine. It's, I don't know, different than what I was expecting. Like, sure, I've never seen proper gameplay of Hi-Fi Rush. I did not really properly know what the game was. Like, obviously, I knew it was, like, a cell shade game, that sort of thing. Like, obviously, it was a smaller scaled game. I knew it was, like, there was, like, rhythm-based stuff in it. But actually playing it, like, again, it's not what I was expecting, but it's good, though. I mean, it's not going to be, like, my game of the year or anything. Like, if I were to guess, I think it'll probably be, like, number 6, 7, somewhere around there. Like, I think it's on, like, a similar level to something like Jedi Survivor, and, like, RE4 remake of, like, these, like, very well-made games. I guess Jedi Survivor is, like, more questionable in that light, but, like, again, like, well-made games. I enjoy them for the most part. They're not, like, up there with, like, my favorite games of all time, though. 46 worst season since Island of the Idols. I mean, again, we're only 4 episodes in. And I would say 4 episodes in, I think it's worse than Island of the Idols. I think the first 4 episodes of Island of the Idols were better than this. Yeah, it's better than Goodbye Volcano High. Like I think it's better than like Oxenfree too, which I liked, but like I still think it's better. Actually, let's look up the year in gaming. Yeah, I would say as of right now, I'd put it at 6. Below RE4, above Jedi Survivor. Well, I was playing unassisted because I just wanted to fucking rush through that game. Where again, I'm at the point now with like games where I'm like, I don't care about difficulty. Like I just want to like play through it, and then move on. Like I usually only play games on higher difficulties if like I'm replaying it, or it's a game that like I have like any level of confidence in. Like I believe I played Mirage on normal, didn't I? What was the other? There was another game I played recently. What was it? Oh, it was Spider-Man, wasn't it? I think Spider-Man 2 I did. No, Maze Race is actually like okay, surprisingly. Like definitely better than I would have expected. I mean, like it's still not good. Like it's still like blah for the most part, but like there was at least like some stuff happening. Like really, it's like it's an episode that I think if it were not for the mishap with I don't even know what do we even call them, the Karishma and other girl, and then Michelle and Sean. Like if that didn't happen, I think this would have been probably a more brutal episode. But at least that was fun. Abolish voiceless playthroughs. Well, too fucking bad. How many more games am I going to be playing on there coming up? Like Hi-Fi Rush, I'll play Vemba, though that's like a 2-hour game, if that. What else am I playing on Xbox? But yeah, essentially just everything on Xbox I'll have to do without the mic. Don't make me break into Xbox next. Well, oh, 100%, yeah, that's what I was doing. Like that was the point in there where like I would just do these like big Brant Steel series. Where yeah, I did one with like Power Ranger characters. I did one with I think I did One Piece, right? Like I know I did PlayStation characters. I think I did One Piece. I think I did Dragon Ball. I did Power Rangers. What else did I do? There were more than that. Oh, Assassin's Creed, obviously. Oh, and Yu-Gi-Oh! That was, I think those were the 6. Check on the Perfect Dark remake devs. I mean, that is if there even are devs anymore for that. But I'll play Hellblade 2 when that comes out. Which I think they've already confirmed that's only like a 6 to 7 hour game or something. So that'll be cool. Yeah, what else am I playing on Xbox? Like essentially it's just whatever's on Game Pass. At least for the short term. Like eventually, like after the year in gaming video, I'll probably end up playing like some of the Xbox exclusives if I have time before I have to play other stuff. But yeah, for now I'll just be whatever's on Game Pass. I did not see the Furiosa trailer. I don't really care that much. Oh, 100%, yeah, like, essentially, this broke the trend of, I mean, again, like, David technically broke the trend, but, like, that was, like, again, extenuating circumstances to where, like, that wasn't the norm. Where, like, this was a more, like, traditional AU edit that had the main character win. Because, again, usually what would have happened with the AU edit is that, like, okay, Ferris would be the main character for most of it. However, like, at the final 5, like, essentially what I was expecting is that, okay, he makes the move to take out Kirby, and then that backfires on him. And then, like, episode 4 is, like, Mark leading the charge against Ferris and takes Ferris out, and then, like, Mark gets, like, heroic at it at the end and wins. Like, that's what I was expecting. But then once we got to episode 4, and it was like, oh, Ferris is getting the heroic edit. And like Mark is being portrayed as the villain. It's like, oh, that goes like completely against what I thought was going to happen. I think Karen until I realized it looks great. I mean, yeah, I assume it's going to be good. Because it's still George Miller and everything, right? So it's like, I assume it'll be good. I just, like, don't care that much anymore, just in general. What is going on? Just fucking go down. Yeah, Beetlejuice 2 is a thing. I talked about the Ferris thing earlier. I think he's 2.
It's good to see you, friend.
Where, yeah, I think the fact that he actually is able to get to the end, like, really recontextualizes a lot of his game. Especially his post-merge game. Like, I think his post-merge game is actually, like, pretty good. Where it's, like, obviously, like, ideally he would not have, like, been in a position where he needed to win final immunity. However, like, that was essentially, like, essentially the Kirby vote. Is, like, somewhat similar to, like, Jesse taking out Cody. Where, like, it's a bit of a, like, he's fucked either way. I think I personally would have kept Kirby in the game. Though, I think there definitely are reasons to vote out Kirby there, for sure. Obviously, Kirby's someone that beats you at the end. Caroline is someone that you can beat at the end. While also opens up more scenarios that you can get to the end in winnable situations. Where, like, obviously, if Kirby just ends up winning out, then you're fucked. Where it's like, once Kirby goes, you have a guaranteed win against Raymond, guaranteed win against Caroline, very likely win against Mark, though, again, it's up in the air. And beyond that, again, like, he's confident in his fire-making ability, so he knows that he's going into 4 with at least a shot at fire, which he thinks he's going to win. To where, like, worst case scenario, after voting out Kirby, is what happened, essentially. Where he loses Raymond at 4 and he needs to win final immunity. But, like, it's not, like... I think in the rush, like, that move, like, is a bit better than what I thought it was. And to be I think, like, a thing that factors into is the fact that he is, like, a good fire maker. Where, like, that obviously makes his, like, position in the Final Four very strong. Do I still agree with this AC ranking? What is this? I mean, probably not.
And also, spoiler alert, Black Flag was number 1, Brotherhood was number 2, and Origins was number 3 before. But now, after everything changes, like, all 3 of those games kind of equal out where to really rank them. And also, spoiler alert, Black Flag was number 1.
Oh, I just keep on thinking spoiler.
Brotherhood was
oh,
number 2,
that's just starting the clip again. Okay. I mean, like, Black Flag and Brotherhood are still top 4. Origins isn't. Oh, wait, what am I doing? God damn, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to buy that. I literally just remade my Assassin's Creed series ranking, which will come out in, what, less than a month now? I actually rewatched it the other day. Because I'm actually, like, pretty happy with how that video turned out. This is the second stream before you're off to Europe for 2 weeks. Well, that's cool. Hope you have fun in Europe. George said voting out Kirby was not great for Ferris, and George said Caroline and Mark not voting Ferris at 4 is dumb. No, I disagree. Caroline and Mark had to vote for Raymond. Because it's like, again, Ferris is this, like, expert firemaker that he comes off as. Sure, he openly says it, like, that he's good at fire. I mean, it seemed like they were also aware that he was good at fire. Then, like, they can't vote for Ferris. Because in that position, they're... Like, if Caroline goes to fire against Ferris, then, like, Caroline's gone. And also, again, like, even in the worst case scenario where Ferris survives that round, they still have the odds to beat him at final immunity. Where, like, Ferris should not have won final immunity. Like, that was a situation where, like, that was abnormal, right? Like, who the fuck expected Ferris to actually, like, genuinely win final immunity? Especially in a challenge that is, like that, where you're, like, standing on pegs and everything. Like, you would think that Ferris would not, like, be suited for that. Yeah, like Mark's goal was to keep Caroline safe. Like that's the entire like goal of what they're doing there. Like obviously in like retrospect in terms of like challenges and everything, yeah, it would have been more optimal to have Raymond at the final 3 than Ferris. But it's like either way, the goal is to keep Caroline in to still have 2 out of 3 odds in the final immunity challenge. Which also, by the way, also for like Ferris, like he has no incentive to not be voting for Caroline, right? Like he has to vote for Caroline. Like once he knows that Raymond is for sure voting for Caroline, he has no other option but to vote for Caroline. Like even if he did want to like cut Raymond, he couldn't. You were unspoiled and you were shocked when Caroline stepped down. I'm like I wasn't shocked by that point that Ferris would win. But I think just on paper, like seeing what the challenge is, like that's not something I expected Ferris to win. To where I feel like there was enough like setup with the like constant talk about how why am I running, by the way? Like why am I actually running towards this? But with the constant setup about how Ferris hasn't won immunity yet, and he really needs final immunity. It's like, okay, well, then he's obviously just going to win final immunity then. So it's like, from an edit perspective, I felt like it was like kind of apparent Ferris is going to win the final challenge. Yeah, like with him voting Caroline, like he had to, like not even just in that, not even just in like, okay, Caroline, or that like Raymond was the only person to take him to 2, and that would have taken him to 2 and all that. Like even beyond that, it's like if he doesn't vote for Caroline, he's just leaving himself open for a 2-on-1, and him to be taken out in a 2-on-1 vote. It's like why would he do that? Like even if he like theoretically wanted Raymond out, it's like he has no actual incentive to vote for Raymond. Because he's just, like, leaving it open for Mark and Caroline to betray him. Bears are the most complex edits? Complex in what way? Are we saying complex as in, like, CP? Like, that sort of complex? Then, like, potentially. If we're talking about complex as in, like, the way his edit... Like the way he was edited in the sense of, like... I don't know, I guess it's, like... it's like kind of weird to phrase it. Where it's like how he came off based off his edit or what his like fundamental edit was. I don't know how to describe that. Either way, I'm assuming you mean by like the CP, that sort of complex, then like potentially. Which again, I think comes like alongside having the most confessionals on the season. Is like you're typically going... Like if you're like the main character of the season getting the most confessionals of the season, you're more than likely going to get complex content. I'm actually, I'm surprised by that there's been no real challenge spoilers. Where you'd think there would have been by now. I mean, we did get confirmation that Jordan is the mystery man, essentially. So that's something. But yeah, we don't know any actual placement spoilers yet. I mean, like, I feel like we've seen that before in Australian Survivor, haven't we? That version of Samotion. But, yeah, I mean, like, obviously it's just a physical version of Samotion. Which is very Australian Survivor of them. Where it's essentially Samotion where you have to run up and down to put the thing back on the track. Caroline better or worse than Sharns? I think it's... Is it better than both? Not sure. I think it's definitely better than Champs vs. Contenders. In terms of, like, navigation through the game. Obviously, like, Sharn almost won, and that's something to factor in as well. But in terms of, like, how she navigated through the game, I think Caroline's is better than Sharn's. In Champs vs. Contenders, which is, like, a bit of a mess after Matt Rogers' vote. All-Stars... I think Sharn had, like, a clearer path All-Stars, but obviously, like, had no shot at winning. But I guess, like, too, for the Caroline have a shot at winning. So I would say, like, maybe All-Stars is better. Again, just in terms of, like, navigation through the game. But yeah, best zero finalist in general, no. I mean, I think Fishback's better. Maybe Spence? Is Spencer better? In Cambodia? I think that's like a debate. Even like Tasha is a debate. Then, yeah, I don't remember what other zero finalists I would have highly. But I don't know. Caroline's is like a good game. It's not like perfect though. I mean, I think she has like a very good first half of the game. Though I think she also gets fortunate in the fact that the swap happened when it did. Where I think if it didn't, I think she's probably screwed. Where had it not been for the swap happening there, and if they went to another tribal, I think Caroline's the most likely boot. And if not Caroline, then probably Kitty. Like, I think more than likely Mark makes the move at the following tribal. Okay, cool. Perfect. But obviously, like, post-swap, she ends up running the show. But then, like, merge, obviously she gets very benefited by Kitty getting saved by the Scott quit. Again, win a vote's good. But then, like, Eden vote, like, she's, like, going along with something that's, like, completely against her best interest. Then Eileen vote is whatever. Even Eileen vote, like, is that even in her best interest? I guess it's, like, it's kind of, like, marginal at that point. Oh yeah, Russell's better in Heroes vs. Villains as well, yeah. To be fair, Russell, like... I mean, yeah, Russell is better, but it's not by, like, that wide of a margin, I don't think. Okay, that's super fucking loud. Jordan, Jenny is what you mean, probably Olympics. Yeah, I stand by Jenny. I'm not sure if I'm going Jordan or CT for the men. Or, like, I think, just if we're going based on physicality, I think I would have more faith in Jordan. But I feel like I can see CT flying under a radar a bit more than Jordan. Where, like, I feel like Jordan is probably a bigger target here than CT, right? Like, he literally just won World Championship. But it's also, it's like, I feel like he has more connections to the people that CT doesn't have connections to. So, I don't know, I think it's a bit close. I think I'm gonna stick to CT, though. Almost everyone, Titans vs. Rebels got benefited by Nonolims. I mean, like, that's just, like most seasons of Australian Survivor in general, I feel like. That people get, like, benefited by Nonolims and that sort of thing. But yeah, like, Ferris, like, obviously gets benefited a lot by the final, or not final, what am I talking about? The episode 10 twist. I think he gets, like, pretty unlucky at the, at episode 5, where that was around where, like, he was going to, like, actually pull off this move against Rihanna, but then it gets stopped. But then also, I feel like he gets, like, fortunate in, like, Alex swapping over. To where that gave him a bit more leverage the following round. By the way, also, I think he, like, completely mismanages his relationship with Alex on the season. I think that's a negative for Ferris. Where Alex should have been this, like, really loyal ally for him, and it just feels like he just squanders that. Chelsea's better than Caroline? Yeah, that's probably the case, too, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is, like, okay, like, Caroline had, like, a solid first half. Her back half is rocky, with, like, still some decent points to it. But even, like, her first half has, like, again, the fact that I think she gets fortunate at the swap. So it's like, I don't know, it's not a bad game. I mean, it's still a good game. But, I think when ranking amongst the best of the best, I don't think it really stands up to that. But, yeah, I think for, like, Australian Survivor, like, is she the best hero finalist? Probably. I mean, maybe, like, Could Chrissy be better, maybe? Like, I think that would at least be a debate. But, yeah, I think, like, at least Australian Survivor is definitely one of the better ones. Oh, Bandit Survivor got sponsored by Castaway Island. Well, there we go. And someone took the sponsorship. When did the video come out? Like, was it just now? Because I wonder if I got another offer then. The last one I saw was for the premiere of 46. Just the other day? Okay. Yeah, so they must have, like, sent out more then. Okay, what the fuck was that? By the way, audio is so loud in this section, I feel like it's probably, like, fucked where, like, you can't change the settings. I feel like it got reverted back to the normal settings for this section, which is a set piece. Or whatever. Is Survivor US versus Australian Survivor video? I guess that. I wonder how well that video did. Like, I wonder, like, were they paying? That's what I wonder. Like, were they actually paying? 'Cause I assume it's not that much, right? What do you think the marketing budget is for Castaway Island, a game that, like, barely had any budget on its own? Your headphones died, but you had a backup here. Well, that's good. Best pre-merge AU player from this season? Best pre-merge. Pre-jury would be Eden. Pre-merge? Who's best pre-merge? Let's see. I think I have Charles? Oh, yeah, it's Charles. Yeah. I was going to say Garrick, but yeah, it's Charles. Yeah, pre-juror is Eden. Followed by Scott. I do find it funny how high Scott is on my ranking. If they make a Castaway Island 2, then they play as Banu. Actually, this would be kind of a funny season for names, right? I wonder if they're going to put Quintavious. Like, if they're just going to put the full name. Like, are they going to put Sadazia or Sadazia or whatever Soda's real name is? Or really just Soda also would be funny. Yeah, this would be a great season for names like that. Actually, again, why am I running? I shouldn't be running. I should just fast travel. The annoying thing is that without doing viewpoints, I don't know where the fast travel locations are. How good is my memory from that movie? I mean, probably not that good. What? This is like some sort of game where you have to guess the movie? Wait, do you have to, like, is there only one answer for all these? Like, Denzel Washington movie from 2005. Okay, so, like, you can answer. Okay, I get what it is. Yeah, so there's multiple answers. Okay. I could not tell you like what movies Jodie Foster has been in with all those people. Actually, no, I know Panic Room, right? Isn't Kristen Stewart the kid in Panic Room? Is she not? Okay, no, I'm not. I guess she isn't. Who is the kid in Panic? Isn't the kid? It is Kristen Stewart. Why'd that mark it as wrong? I put Kristen Stewart and Jodie Foster put Panic Room. It said it was wrong. Whatever. Is Alex one of the worst AE players who got the jury? Yes. So is Rihanna. I think they're both really bad. I just do for so is like Kitty's also not great either. But to be fair, I think it's a decent difference between Kitty and the other two, but still. You just got it right? Well, then why the fuck did I get it wrong? Wait, okay, let's try it again. Okay. It marked us right that time, but then, like, it still, like, lessened my guesses, though. So I don't know. And that's not shocking. That's the composer that did KH 1 through 3, right? So, like, she's back for 4. That's not shocking. Kitty's pretty good. The edit, Screwdriver. I disagree. I think there are good things from her. That, yeah, her, like, connection to the Middle Age Mafia is, like, very good. Her picking up Sarah and Rihanna is very good. But she's a disaster strategically. She also, again, would have been the merge boot, but got saved. She, what was it? Like, again, like, believed Mark, when Mark was coming after her. There's, like, a lot of, like, bad stuff from Kitty. Yeah, flipping on the Titans at the Jaden vote was stupid. But I think that's something to that I think that rounds a pro for Mark in the comparison of like Mark versus Caroline. Like sure, Mark versus Caroline for me is like very close. On like where they should be on the player ranking. Where am I going, by the way? Okay, here. But yeah, okay, fuck, I didn't do that. No, get on the fucking horse. Yeah, I did end up going Caroline third, like Caroline above Mark, but I do think it is kind of close, especially considering Mark's like also increased win equity at the end. For obviously, I think Mark beats Caroline easily. And like also, I think Mark's better positioned early game. Though yeah, I still think his like post swap, his post swap game is like really terrible. Yeah, Mark versus Ferris jury vote wise is interesting because I do think it is close. Should we run through it? I haven't like properly ran through it, but like Eileen votes Ferris. Jaden, I think could go either way. Now, I believe, if I remember right, I did watch Mark be at the end or something like that. Which, like, I don't know if that means he would have voted for him. Yeah, I'm like, but yeah, like, I think my gut would have said Ferris. But I think it's that one comment that makes me think, like, I don't know, maybe he does vote, vote for Mark. But, I think I would guess Ferris. Then, yeah, Valeria votes Mark, obviously. Who's next? Alex, right? Alex, Alex could go either way. Like, Alex, like, seems to be very chummy with Ferris post-game. To where... Wait, why did I not fucking heal? I love how, like, I fucking, went over here to fucking heal and I just didn't do that. And then, what do I want to do here? None of those are that good. But yeah, like, I think... Yeah, Alex was close to Mark at the time he went home. So, like, I don't know. I think... But I feel like he would respect Ferris's game more, but I'm not sure. I think, for the sake of this, we could say he votes Mark. Rihanna, I think, votes Ferris. Since Ponderosa is rooting for Mark, okay. Yeah, I think we could say Mark then. But I think Rihanna votes Ferris. I think Rihanna seemed to have, like, respect for, like, the fact that she was, like, coming after him the entire time. And that she could never get him out. So I think she goes Ferris. Kitty, I think... I don't know. Like, obviously Kitty was, like, closer to Mark at points in the game. But it does seem like the reason she votes for Ferris is because he needed the money more. So, like, yeah, like, she might vote Ferris. But also, like, to be fair, Mark seemingly needs the money too, though, right? Because, like, didn't Mark claim that, like, he couldn't even afford a car and everything? So it's not like Mark is rich either. Especially in comparison to Caroline, who is, like, very clearly rich. So it's like, I think it could go either way. Kirby obviously goes Ferris. Raymond goes Ferris. Caroline, I think, would vote Mark. But you never know. Okay, what am I doing? I literally like, didn't buy the thing I meant to buy. But yeah, I do think it's like a lot of those votes I think are up for grabs. I think Ferris has more like locked in votes though than Mark. Okay, yeah, we'll do this, then we'll buy the other one. Yeah, Mark seems to think he would have won though if he got to the end, which it is Mark, so it could just be delusion. But I know he thinks he would have won. And to be like the jury did seem complimentary of him when he got to Ponderosa. But why they changed it back to Final 2? Because new producers.
Where have you been?
Which, thank God, they moved it back to Final 2. I think like in terms of production, outside of Episode 10, I think this was like a near perfect season from a production standpoint. Like I think they like again like so we know that they got a new production team after Heroes vs Villains, or like for Heroes vs Villains. But yeah, this season, like I think you just tell that they really just let people play and just let the game like again, they had faith in the cast to do what they like yeah, just play on their own. But like also it's like I find it weird, like where do all these reports come from then? Yeah, like Mark vs. Ferris is never happening anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Mark couldn't really own up a move on his own? What do you mean? I think Mark has moves that he made. Okay, like he's the one that flips Raymond against Jaden. Like I think that's like a late move. I think he can also claim that he tricked Ferris into getting rid of Kirby. I think that's something he can at least claim.
Come see me later. I will have my thieves.
Yeah, like were they just fake, or like is that like legitimately what production was thinking? But like the thing is, like we saw JOP like be very like complimentary this season, the preseason. Like I was at the time thinking like, oh, he's just faking it. But like maybe he was just telling the truth then. Hey, biggest party. We're just talking about Australian Survivor still. What is this?
Live experts
like why?
Situation, and they help
oh wait, is this?
While I'm doing what I do best and updating this sweet suntan, TurboTax experts figure out the rest for me. They even have experts that'll do your taxes for you. Use their TurboTax Live full.
This is
No thanks. TurboTax experts.
Is this Corey? Who is like? I know this is a reality TV person, right? Like is that Corey Brooks? I saw like Mr. Beast, like I saw the thing about Mr. Beast. I didn't really look into what it is, but I know he's like getting like a big reality show, right? So that'll be interesting to see what that is.
You are the leader of the assassins now. Unite them, Ezio.
He wasn't that irrelevant. I mean, how dare you not immediately recognize Corey Brooks? I mean, again, Corey Brooks is obviously an icon. I mean, he's in my top 50 Big Brother players of all time. I think Caroline lost the game further back than that. I think that was the point where like her reputation was like completely sunk. Oh, I forgot he was on X on the beach. 1,000 people and I think 5 million. Really? Okay. So he's essentially just doing like an even like grander version of Squid Game. Which, I mean, to be fair, like, considering he, like, essentially, he already did Squid Game, and, like, that in itself was, like, something he did without, like, the backing of, like, a major company. Like, yeah, it will be interesting to see what he does with, like, this, like, really big budget.
Did you have any luck?
I think Rihanna probably beats Caroline, if I were to guess. Alex, I think, is one that you can, for sure, like, yeah, maybe. I just don't think people respected Caroline out there, though. When we're looking at, like, the early jurors, I don't think any of them are inclined to vote for Caroline. Like, who are the people voting for Caroline in, like, really any situation? Like, Kitty, maybe Mark in certain situations. Okay, I didn't mean to do this. Like, maybe Kirby and Rihanna. And then maybe Ferris. And that's even, that is like a maybe. Like, really, I don't know if she really has a lot of votes anyway. Like, I don't think she was ever getting Valeria. She was never getting Jaden. She was never getting, or at least I don't see why someone like Raymond would vote for her. Don't see much of a reason why Eileen would vote for her, though it's not, like, impossible. I mean, Rihanna won challenges. I think that's, like, something that they at least respected enough to, like, look at her as a threat. Like, obviously, if she's up against, like, Ferris, Mark, other person, Kirby, like, I think she has no shot. But against, like, someone that they already don't like, I think that's, like, I don't know. I think I could definitely see Rihanna beating her there. Or, I think it's just, the fact is, I don't think they liked her. Like, I just don't think they call her out for playing a bad social game. Like, I just think people just genuinely didn't like her most of the time. Like, I don't think her losing had anything to do with, like, the actual, like, game she played in terms of, like, how she navigated through the game. I just think they already just didn't like her to begin with. I think Kitty probably does win. Where Kitty had good relationships with, like, Kirby and Rihanna. She had good relationships with, or at least seemingly had a relationship with Mark. Again, she, like, was with Jaden at the Jaden vote. And really just in general, like, I think, like, Valeria had, like, this big vendetta against Caroline in particular. Like, I think Kitty probably easily wins against Caroline. Surprised Ferris never mentioned Raymond's advantage. Yeah, I'm surprised by that too, though I wonder if he was, like, worried. Though also, to be fair, like, I believe, like, Ferris has claimed on Twitter that, like, his speech was, like, 10 minutes long, and he ran through his game from, like, beginning to end. So, like, maybe he did and just got cut, but, I do wonder if, like, maybe he worried that, like, that would, like, harm his position with the jury. Because he does explicitly say that in the episode, that he thinks that, like, this is something that if this ever got out, it would, like, ruin my game or whatever. Oh, yeah, I was shocked that Ferris was married. I was not expecting that. Which, yeah, good for him. Also, very attractive wife, so also good for him. But yeah, that did come out of left field for me. The jury was too harsh on the finalists. I think it's both. I think the jury was really harsh, and I also think they both performed terribly. Or, like, really, I think, like, Ferris is, like, when Ferris is asked, like, what is your best move in the game? His answer is giving Alex the idol. It's like, that's a fucking idiotic answer. Like, I get that that's, like, there's, like, reasons for it and everything, but, like, that is a dumb answer to say that that's the best move you made in the game, is giving someone else an idol. Yeah, I did not, like, Valeria I did not love at Final Tribal. Like, I do feel like, I really didn't agree with most of what she said. Well, again, like, her entire, like, I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but, like, her entire thing of, like, oh, Caroline, you didn't make any moves. It's like, again, she literally took out Viola. Like, you literally went after her because she took out Viola. What do you mean she made, like, no moves? But I do wonder, like, how much did, like, the jury just not see Ferris's game? Like, I wonder if they really needed to be told Ferris's game. Like, did they really perceive him as, like a follower of Kirby's? Like, I do wonder if that is the case. Considering, like, the way they, like, seem to talk to him at the beginning of Final Tribal.
No more arguing. Your bill has come due. Make an exception for an old man. No.
It's been hypocritical and demeaning the entire season, yeah.
No.
Oh, yeah, I still think Valeria is, like, a fun TV personality. I think she makes for good TV. In, like, her being hypocritical and everything. But it's still her being hypocritical, though. Game? Let me kill him. Thank you. To the Kirby. Yeah, Kirby definitely would have been Ferris. Like, that's not even a question. Like, I think that's undeniable that Kirby would have been Ferris.
I thought they were a dying breed.
Like, I think that's, like, what makes... like, yeah, I think Ferris plays, like, a pretty, like, optimal Australian Survivor game, especially in the post-merge. Where, like, him, like, being able to keep Kirby around for as long as he did as a shield in front of him, only to cut her, like, towards the end game, and then, like, finally peak at the very, very end. I think that's exactly what you need to do on Australian Survivor. To, like, yeah, be, like, the second biggest jury threat while, like, making sure the biggest jury threat stays around. Which is, like, part of what I think makes his game as impressive as it is. Like, it, in a way, reminds me of Tommy. Like, obviously Tommy's game is, like, still different. But it does give me, like, Tommy vibes, though, in how they played the game. Where, like, I think the difference with Tommy is that Tommy wasn't as big, like, seeming, again, like, for all we know, Ferris would have lost against Mark and, like, all this other stuff. But, like, again, like, at least, like, if we're looking at Ferris as, like, the second biggest jury threat, obviously Tommy wasn't the second biggest jury threat. But he also got unlucky in that the bigger jury threats got as far as they did to begin with, and still had to overcome that. But he did have Dan Spilo. Which, I mean, like, Dan Spilo, like, again, we're just talking about from a gameplay perspective. Dan Spilo is actually, like, not that bad of a player. Like, it's not like Dan Spilo, like, didn't know what he was doing in the game. Again, Dan Spilo had, like, no respect socially. I don't think, or like, I should say no respect. Didn't have that much, I don't know. I don't think he wins if he gets to the end, is essentially what I'm trying to say. But... like, in terms of, like, navigation through the game, like, Dan Spilo is, like, not that bad. And it's not simply because, oh, he was such a GOAT and everyone knew he was a GOAT. Like, I think he genuinely, like, did make good connections out there. And was able to navigate through the game pretty well.
No, he's not safe here. Must keep moving.
How good can he be if he was never going to win? I mean, like, again, like, you can say that about a lot of players. Like, Russell was never going to win. Yeah, I still think there's still something to the navigation through the game. Like, it's, because the entire game is not simply, like, win equity at the end. Like, there's more to it than that. Like, you still have to factor how someone gets there. And how likely it is that they get there. And how they, like, actively get themselves in that position. Well, I think that's a warped way of looking at the game. Because again, like, you still have to factor getting there. Because the game is getting to the end and then winning the respect of the jury. Like, you can't win the game if you don't get there. It's the same thing of, like, the traitors. Where it's like, in the traitors, like, as a faithful, it's like, it's not just about being a detective hunter, or being a traitor hunter, and, like, being a detective. It's about being, like, it's about finding out who the traitors are, and also getting to the end. Like, there's two facets to the game. Yeah, that's the ranking. Yeah, 100%. Like again, that's why I said like earlier that I got like Russell's Heroes of Villains game is like not that far away from Caroline's because I do think he has like wonkiness in his game at points like that. And even then, like at that point, like I don't think he cared though. Is the thing. Like not saying this is good or bad for his game, but also, I think like just in general, like I think the reason he makes that move is because he was like, if I go home, I don't really care. Because like he had played like so much Survivor at that point that he was like, well, yeah, if it works, cool. It's like a big move, and that makes for good TV. If it doesn't work, also at least I get to go home. Yeah, it's like also like I would have Russell number 1 in a player ranking for Heroes of Villains, but it's not because like I think Russell plays his like all-time great game. It's simply because I think like everyone else's games are extremely flawed, even more so than his. But yeah, like Russell, like even his Samoa game is like not that great. Like it's good, but still one where like he needs an idol to get through the game. He actually, to be fair, like even in that round, though, it's a bit wonky, right? Because to be fair, he only needs an idol because Laura wins immunity. Like it's seemingly based on like what we're showing the show at least. Who knows if that's actually true? Yeah, I have Kirby too. Though, to be fair, it's not like the gap between Kirby and Ferris is pretty massive at this point. Well, like again, my assumption through a lot of this is obviously is that Ferris wouldn't win. So like that's why it was close between Kirby and Ferris. But now that like Ferris has won and Kirby gets taken out at 5 and everything, like it's not close. Like Ferris is number 1 by a lot. Okay, cool. This is not going well, but whatever. I mean, but like to be fair, like with the like idol play on him, like that was something that Shambo told. Like I give him a lot of credit for like working, for like pulling over Shambo, pulling over Fincher, getting Shambo to like tell him where the votes were going, and also like having Shambo like ready to flip. Even before she actually does eventually properly flip. Like, I think there's things to give him credit for. Yeah, again, like, supposedly Shambo was voting with them if Lord didn't win immunity. And then it would have been... I believe Fincher was also considering it at that point, right?
We haven't talked since he found out about the letters. What did you want again?
But even then, like either way, it's like Shambo's telling them where to play the idol.
I need to arrive with
Even in the situation where Shambo didn't vote with them there.
There is no money.
You are meeting the banker. Where?
I never know until I'm there. I go to one of 3 places. Then his friends take.
But yeah, like I do think his Samoa game is like again, like Russell's this weird player where like obviously he's overrated by certain people, he's like underrated by other people. Like obviously like people that say that oh he's like one of the best of all time, he's like a top 10 player. No, he's not. But also is he like a terrible player because he I just realized I forgot about this aspect of it and I need money. God damn it. But also is he like a outright terrible player because he doesn't win a jury vote and everything? No. Again, there's like an in-between and all that. Fuck, I need to get a bank then. God damn it. But yeah, like, well, I mean, like, I think, like, she liked him on the island. Like, I think by the time Ponderosa, she, like, talks about how, like, oh, I regret, like, flipping on the Galoos and everything, but, like, definitely of the Foas, she liked Russell the most, obviously. Shit. This costs 900? I mean, either way, I have to do it. yeah, like he pretty much like I mean like yeah, I mean yeah, he had control like post merge. I do think like pre merge he probably gets a bit too much credit for things. But yeah, like post merge, I think he definitely seemed to have a lot more agency and everything. I think the thing to like slightly demerit him post merge that like by the time of the post merge, I think it became very clear that Russell wasn't winning at the end. So like by that point, people were like letting him run the show. But to be fair, I like the Danielle vote is like one of those where it's like that's a vote where I think he just like outright has the majority. Fuck me, dude. I actually need to make money. I'm an idiot. I completely forgot about that I needed money for this portion of the game. So I shouldn't have bought all that shit earlier. Please, thank you. This is so hard. What is this? Big Brother Beauties? Why was this hard? Also, what, like, Cat E is on here? Like, of all people, you bring Cat E? Like, what a random pick. But what, do you just think everyone, or all the women on Big Brother are ugly or something? Also, Yvette is on here? I feel like that's kind of random. I feel like I never would have thought of Yvette as someone that would be on here. But yeah, I'll copy this over. Because why not? How do you do a new thing again? Oh, wait, duh, I'm an idiot. I'm on the wrong account, that's why. I was like wondering why it wouldn't let me fucking add a new spreadsheet. It's like because I'm not on the right account. Okay, there we go. Add. Paste that. What'd you call it? Big Brother Beauties. Let's do Menaces BB Beauties. Alright, there we go. So I'll talk about it later, I guess. No draft, probably not tonight. Oh, there's too many pretty women. Okay. So it's like the opposite issue. Donna's mother? That's probably about right. I am disappointed to lose Donna so early. Like, she did seem fun on the show. What's this Instagram thing? Oh, this is Cat E? Yeah, that's a good picture. I did not even know Cat E, like, was even around anymore. Like, I have not seen anything from Cat E since, like, probably, like, what, BB Can 5 or something? But, yeah, that's something. All Donna did was be friends with people. I mean, essentially, yeah. And then Spicy V happened. Wait, also, like, I saw that, like, she kissed Todd on her way out. It's like, where did that come from? Like, did that literally just, like come out of nowhere? Like, obviously, like, we knew they were close and everything, but, like, that did seem, like, super random. Obviously, I guess they're in a showmance? They're not a showmance anymore, considering they're out, like, she's out of the show, at least? Yeah, Vivre should have taken Donna. Or should have swapped Donna, I should say. Yeah, right, who had, I updated the drafts right before stream, I already forgot who had who. But, yeah, who had Banu again? I think it was Lion Melon, right? Had Banu. God damn it. Oh, this is pretty stupid, this section here. Then also, by the way, I believe... Was it Julian that won the Australian Survivor draft? I forgot, I never mentioned that, did I? Yeah, Julian won with Ferris. So, I believe every draft, like season draft that we've done, has ended with a different winner so far. So that's something. This is going to take so long. Like, obviously I could just do side content, but I also don't want to do side content. Okay, I saw my internet there buffered for a second, so that's not great. Is all your draft teams staying until the merge? Alright, your team was very good, right? It was Venus, Maria, and who's your first round pick again? It was someone else that was like a somewhat top. Was it Tiffany? Was that your top? Was that your 3 picks? Which, like, that's insane. So, like, well, none of them are, like, my number 1 pick at this point. Like my number 1 front runner. Like, that's still, like, a very good team, though. Spicy V's HOH. Wait, is it Spicy V's worst HOH? Like, of all of her HOHs? Like, her the Latoya boot one was pretty good. Her invisible one was pretty bad, but this is probably worse? Right? Because it's like, at least with the or with the invisible HOH one, it's like, it's bad, but like, it's not like she's like ruining her position necessarily. It's more so like she's not improving her position. Like, this is one where she's, like, actively, like, sabotaging her own game. And it's like, despite that, she's actually coming out of it, like, not in that terrible of a spot still. Simply because of how good of a spot she was in coming into it. But she definitely did, like, decrease her positioning. Attack me, please. Thank you. I've learned I should just pick my favorite player from now on, yeah. That's probably just the best way to do it. But yeah, I had Caroline, who was obviously in second. And then I think Kegger had Mark, who's in third. Not that any of that really matters. Should I do like a leaderboard for the season drafts? Like, should that be its like own separate leaderboard that we should be following, or what? I don't know. Jeff Mickey. Oh yeah, that was random. Yeah, I did. Like he did like just out of the blue talk about the fake merge in Thailand, which shocked me. By the way, also, but like the reason why he said it, the reason why he talks about it is because he talks about how he never lies. Which, again, like you did the hourglass. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, he had Mark and Valeria. By the way, Mark was like both Mark and Caroline were final round picks, which is also pretty insane. All while Ferris was the second pick on the board, I believe. He name dropped the episode. Did he? I mean, the episode has assumptions, right? Which I guess that's like kind of an easy one to state, and it's kind of relevant to the conversation. Do I have something to pick up here? I don't remember. Did I get any money from that? No? Cool. But yeah, like, I mean, like, essentially it was just propaganda about how, like, Mariah was very astute in saying that I can't lie, which is like, you lied about the hourglass. Like, and like he mentions it later and says, oh, it was like a bad twist and all that stuff. But it's like, but like you still do lie. Like, you did lie though. Banu somehow so far number 2. Yeah, that is a thing. For B26, pick the hottest person for my winner pick. I mean, we'll see how it goes. The problem with that is that more than likely it'll just be a guy that just wins out. So it's like, again, for me, I won't be picking the hottest person. Because again, that's how Big Brother works nowadays. Oh, I have enough money. I didn't pay attention to that. God damn it. Okay, I need to lower my notoriety. Kenzie does equal Mermaid Dragon. That's still a ridiculous confessional, right? Like, that's probably like the best like Banu moment that isn't like related to him being almost out of the game. Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, like the rumors about Jag and Riley dating, which sure, that makes sense. It's not shocking if that were to happen. Is Banu a top 10 pre-merge character? I think it's tough because I feel like on paper he probably should be, but I feel like we kind of got like too much of him to where it kind of like it kind of feels like it's too much to where I don't think I liked him as much as like some of the other people in the top 10. Where I think he was just like a bit too overexposed for me.
Cannot believe you would just do this.
Pick whoever the hottest guy is. We'll see how that goes.
Keep an eye on the politics of the city. I want you to report
Like if I was picking the hottest guy on BB25, who would I have picked?
And what? You'll make them disappear?
Would it have just still been Jared? Well, I guess too. I obviously I picked Jag, but like by the time of the season starting, I picked Jared, and Jared was second, right?
I will follow you to the banker.
Banu blaming God from losing was crazy. Yeah, that was again. That was the anger phase. I actually again. I think that is cool though. I do like that. That like they bothered to do that and like make all the like go through all the phases of grief in that like one sequence there. Coach would disapprove. And how like what religion is Banu anyway? Because obviously I assume he's not Christian, right? Is he? It's like he's Indian, so I guess he obviously could be Hindu. He could be Muslim, right? Thoughts on Gem? Oh yeah, we haven't talked about that actually. That was really dumb, right? Like obviously the show is painting it as a good move and everything, so like I mean that's like good for her edit. But like it's a bad move though. Like it's just an unnecessary move that's just gonna like potentially put a target on your back. Wait, where am I going right now? Oh, am I supposed to be on the rooftop? I think that's what it is, right? Oh, Buddhist? Oh, I didn't think about that. Yeah, you could be Buddhist too. Do Buddhists have a god though?
It seems you are ready to die like
I don't think Buddhists have a god, do they?
Oh, that's different then.
I could be wrong. Started watching Devil's Plan. Why is there a random white guy? I mean, because he lives in Korea, right? I do feel like that would be jarring though if I was watching The Genius and all of a sudden like a white guy was on the show. I feel like that would be funny. Well, I think he's Canadian, right? Oh, did he play against Jinho? He's also a poker player too, right? Yeah, so I assume he was like a StarCraft player that like turned into a poker player, like most StarCraft players. Yeah, it was just a guess, yeah. Yeah, I just don't. Like, I don't know what religion he is. What is this post? I discovered Bono for 46. Oh, I did see this. Well, I didn't see this one thing that he was in, but like I did see that he was an actor for IMDb page, which is funny considering last episode he literally says the line, "I'm not an actor," which does make you like question like, what if this was an act? What if he was acting this entire time? Wouldn't that be pretty insane? If like this was all an act and this was just like him wanting to like, you know, wanting his like wanting his time in the spotlight or whatever, like that'd be pretty insane, right? You watch Real World Back to New York. Well, that's something. Again, don't know when I'll ever get around to watching Real World, but I would like to in Ideal World. Kind of hoping he was a plant. That would be again. That would be funny if that's what it turns out to be. Like, what if he does like his interview with like RGP tomorrow, and he's just like a radically different person? Like that'd be so funny. Imagine Banu winning the challenge. Imagine Banu imagine Banu on challenge 41. Like that'd be really funny. Wait, you don't know that about Junghyun? Or Kyunghyun? Fucking Junghyun. Kyunghyun? Yeah, that is a thing about Kyunghyun. Brand Donlin, obviously. We need Brand Donlin on. Yeah, Kyunghyun's like known for being like a pretty creepy guy in real life. And I think he got like in some sort of legal trouble, didn't he? For something? Imagine Banu and Amanda. Imagine Banu like working with Tori Deal. Actually, too fair. I can kind of see that. Lulu or Yanu worse. Like I think the thing is like Lulu had no shot, right? I think Lulu was just fucked based on like the tribe layout. I don't think Yanu was fucked. I think Yanu made their own bed. So it's like, I think like Yanu made the bigger mistakes that caused them to lose. But like Lulu's just like fundamentally worse. I think it's a priority, was just weird. I thought there was like something that he actually got in actual trouble for. But I did see he got married recently.
The banker has a special evening plan. I will be delivering your payment. Give it here.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think they were just like fundamentally worse, Lulu. Like, they had Brandon Donlin, who is like one of the worst challenge competitors of all time. They had Hannah Rose, who wanted to quit right away. Like, for Sean is like not that bad. Like Sean, like in terms of like as a like a tribe member or whatever. Or like he didn't want to quit until after the fact. And after he had already been through all the shit he went through on Lulu. But then Emily was a disaster right away. But like I think with like Yanu, it's like again, I think they just fucked up voting out Jelinski first. I think that was just a dumb decision to begin with. Then like I think the only person on like Yanu that's like actually hopeless is Jess. Where like again Lulu had like Brandon and Hannah, like I think Yanu only had Jess. While I think like Tiffany and Q are kind of comparable to like Sabaya and Caleb. Though I think Q's probably better. Again, talking about from a physical perspective. I think Sabaya is probably better physically than Tiffany, though I think Q is probably better physically than Caleb. If I were to guess. I guess like Emily and Kenzie are somewhat similar, right? But again, like Jelinski's better than Sean. Then like Banu's definitely better than Brandon. I looked him up because I thought he was hot and fell into despair.
Now, kill that senator.
Oh yeah. Young Sok, right? Young Sok's also supposedly a terrible person. I got Micronesia, the Here's Villains test. But yeah, we'll see what it is. Actually, wait, I opened it up wrong. Let's swap these. There we go. Can't help it. Yeah, too fair. I do that too. Of like, I like end up looking up people like in the middle of a first time watch through of something, and then like accidentally get spoiled sometimes on things. The girl should flip the vote on Elijah. No. Like once you betray Donna, you have to get rid of Donna. Like it's just idiotic to like betray Donna and then just still keep her in the game, especially when like Elijah's a loyal number to you. Yeah, what we got here? Who's the odd one out? Caroline Eastwood, Candace Smith, Aaron Labelle, Debbie, and Tyson? I mean, like, Carolina's the only one on Jalapao. Was that the answer? Jed Kiefer after betraying him? Yeah, and it's terrible. Like, that was dumb. Will the Inferno Queen win Challenge 40? What do you think? Odd one out. Fair Play, Mary, Yowman, Mikey B, and Joel. I mean, I don't like. Mary is a woman? I don't know. Again, that's the problem with these like sort of questions. There's just like so many options of what these could be. Okay, that's the wrong way.
Where are we going? Now we are making good time.
What? Corinne, Michelle, Jillian, Charlie, and Jackie. Is Donna over Janine? Yeah. I mean, it's not close. That should be obvious.
Now we are making good time. The route you are taking is we're on track.
Like Donna, like seemingly had a lot of allies. She gets taken out due to like really dumb reasons. Like she had 3 people vote for her to stay. Even then, she almost flipped the vote at the last second. I mean, it's not even close. Like, Janine was just there and didn't really do anything to save herself. Like, Janine in herself is, like, not a terrible player. I think she still gets unlucky in the fact that she is playing with, like, Anthony in particular. But, like in comparison to Donna, I think Donna's, like, very clearly better. V as a tracker targeting strong women, yeah. Specifically targeting strong women to keep, or to get closer to men, right?
I am not questioning your authority, but should we not get going? Now we're going the right way.
Where it's like both times in BB-Can 9, it's like she's targeting... Okay, wait, what the fuck? Where am I going? Yeah, like she targets like Latoya to get closer to Ty and Jed. It's the wrong way. Yeah, you need to finish season 2. Season 2 has probably the best Genius episode of all time. Do they keeping Vivek is bad for Anthony? Yeah, obviously. It's terrible. Like, I mean... The thing is, though, with Anthony, is like, how much of this was actually even on Anthony? Okay, where am I going? Where like, it seemed like a lot of this happened, like, without Anthony's involvement. Which is, like, funny considering, like, I believe, like, Anthony is, like, becoming a bigger target due to it. Because, like, the women, like, so Bailey and Donna are, like, assuming that Anthony was involved in it. Because they were targeting Anthony and think that V was now doing this to save Anthony, when in reality that's not what she was really doing. She was like targeting them already. Um, but still, like, that was going to happen without Anthony. Like, obviously, Anthony could have stopped it. But it's not like Anthony, like, actively did things to save Vivek and everything. It more so just, like, it just so happened to happen and he didn't stop it. Is anyone targeting Anthony? A lot of people are targeting Anthony, right? Well, not a lot of people, but, like, Bailey, potentially Vivek and Dennis. Donna would have if she stayed in the game. The question is, can they get Anthony out? Which, like, I think if he's up against Victoria, he probably goes, right? Like, essentially, if he's against any other member of the Hot Chocolate Alliance, he probably goes. Like, I think there's a chance he stays against, like, Lexus. Actually, maybe I don't know. I think it's actually kind of close, actually. But I think Victoria is the only situation where he's, like, absolutely fucked. But, like, I think every other situation, I mean, he probably has Victoria still in his corner, right? And then he probably has, like, Tola. He probably has, like, Elijah. He probably could wrangle the numbers in other situations. But I think V is the one that he would need off the block. I mean, V's already blown up their games now. Like, this is their games already blown up. I saw it on Twitter that Bailey was bringing back reality TV. Yeah, Bailey's getting the fights, which is fun. Which is funny too, considering it's all like based on a massive misunderstanding. And, like, really, it's a lot of it's because, like, Victoria is Victoria. Where again, like, Victoria is just playing so softly, which is, like, really funny. That, like, it's like she talks about, like, as if she's, like, learned from last time, when, like, she hasn't really learned anything. I mean, yeah, she's the one that got Donna to want to target Lexus to begin with, and then goes to Lexus and says, "Hey, Donna's targeting you."
It's not mine. But you are holding it.
Nah, what was the other? There was another thing this week, right? That she, like, set up herself, only to then, like, incriminate someone else for something that she did. Is Dennis fucked next week? Probably. If he doesn't win veto. Okay, that's what I'm assuming is happening. I think Dennis is probably gone if he doesn't win the veto, if the majority wins power. Obviously, if, like, him, Vivek, or Bailey, even Bailey, like, I think I could see where Bailey just says fuck it and targets Dennis anyway. Because, like, I think Bailey's probably still going to stick to the girls, right? So, like, if all the girls are telling her to target Dennis, she probably just goes and targets Dennis. Especially if they're, like, so adamant about not wanting Anthony.
Money for you, banker.
I will take that.
Will be better for Tiffany's game long term, taking out Kenzie or taking out Q? Taking out Q.
Where did I put my crime?
Where, again, like the other tribes already know that she's close to Q. So by getting rid of Q, it, like, leaves you more open coming into the merge. Well, also the fact that she is, like, very close to Kenzie anyway. Well, also, I think Kenzie is someone that is, like, very openly a bigger threat than Tiffany. Where it's like, okay, I see streams buffering, so that's not great. But yeah, like, Q, like, I think the thing about Q that's interesting is that even though Q is being propped up as, like, a big threat and everything, I don't think he actually is one. Like, I think we're, like, in the modern day of Survivor, I don't think Q is someone that's gonna get targeted right away at the merge. Like, I could see Q being like Jonathan, where they just let him stay. But because he's not as like outwardly a threat. Like I think Kenzie's a bigger threat than Q coming into Emerge. I mean, I think Q can win a jury vote, but again, I'm not expecting him to get there to begin with. But I think he's more likely to lose a jury vote than like Kenzie or Tiffany are. Yeah, I mean, obviously it was dumb. I don't think it really played a factor in anything, but obviously, yeah, it's dumb to tell Banu that you're my Philip or whatever.
You have no business here, though.
Q feels like he's like a perfect fit for a challenge. And yeah, Tiffany too, actually. Yeah, they're both pretty good. Yeah, they'll be cool in the challenge.
What better way to celebrate my victories than to join?
Can't believe Banu revealed what he said. Yeah, that's insane, right? Like, why'd you even say that? Like, you didn't even need to say that. Like, you could just shut up. Which also, like, based on the way they're talking, like, would Kenzie have actually been voted out? You see, I thought, like, there was no chance that was going to happen. Which, to be fair, edit-wise, there's never a chance. But, like, practically, like, it does seem like, based on the way that Kenzie was talking, or that Tiffany was talking, that she actually was going to vote out Tiffany before he revealed that. Or, fuck me, that Tiffany was actually going to vote out Kenzie before he revealed that. Which is kind of surprising me. Bonu's returning chances, I don't think they're high. I don't know, it's interesting, because, like, Jeff kind of gave conflicting messages. Where in this On Fire podcast from today, he did specifically say that I would cast Banu over and over again. However, I don't think he meant, like, as in he would cast him as a returnee over and over again. I think what he meant is that, like, on a newbie season, if we have someone like Banu, I would cast them over and over again. But he's like, he also explicitly said last On Fire podcast that, like, Banu is not meant for this game. To where, like, I don't think he looks at Banu as, again, like, someone that has any real shot in the game. And I think, like, Banu's kind of served his purpose to the show, to where I don't think Jeff would bring him back, but you never know. Again, he seems to like Banu, but I just don't know if it's, like, in a way that, like, he would want Banu to return. I don't know where Janine ranks on first boot ranking. I don't remember what the first boot ranking is. Obviously, I know Mark is higher. Like, I think she's, like, higher than the really bad ones, but she's also, like, not at the top either. So, I mean, no. It's like she's better than, like, Kat. She's better than a Nick. She's better than Risha. She's worse than Paige, I think. She's, again, worse than Mark. She is probably on the same level as someone like Rosina. I would say better than Rosina. Where, I think she gets unfortunate the fact that she's against Anthony, and then also she did have a Girls Alliance having her back initially, at least. But yeah, I think she's better than Laura. I think she's better than... Are we considering Nico first boot? Which... She's probably better than Nico? Like, I think Nico in himself also got, like, very unfortunate circumstances, but, like, still. Like, I think probably better than Nico. Then... Probably better than Julie. But that one's a bit more up in the air. Better than Melina. And... better than John Michael, right? So... I think, like, for me, the difference with BB Can 8 is that Nico was literally about to be voted out anyway. Like, he quit because he was literally about to be voted out. So like I would still consider him the first boot just because like he was essentially voted out. He just like didn't wait until the formal vote off. So where like it's not like a situation where like he quit out of the blue or anything.
Where are Claudia and Maria?
We came back with the money.
Thoughts on Gem in this episode? I mean, again, like I think her move to replant the Beware Ranch is really stupid. Like I don't think like it just like opens up the opportunity for it to blow back on you. From a edit perspective, I think it's interesting because obviously this portrays a good move. It also shows her getting one on the rest of her tribe. So that's something. It also plays into her initial storyline about playing hard and having fun playing hard. But I still think there's like lacking in terms of personal content. I feel like we still know nothing about Gem as a person. To where, yeah, I think that's like the big red flag with Gem. So I think we're supposed to be looking at Gem as like a big player and everything, but like we just know nothing actually about her. Yeah, it is funny that she's like literally seeing them being bitten by ants as they're digging in a tree and everything. That is funny. But I also found it super funny. I don't know why this like made me laugh so hard, but like I did like audibly laugh at the moment where Soda and Tevin are singing, and we just get the shot of like Venus just sweeping in front of them. Like I just found that super funny for some reason. By the way, that was also a weird thing on the On Fire podcast. Jeff did say that they're gonna be using the like that they would potentially use the song again on future seasons. The song that like Tevin and Venus or Tevin and Soda sang, which is like weird. Like imagine we're on Survivor 47 and just in the middle of a random camp life scene, we just hear Tevin and Soda singing. Like that'd be so fucking weird, but whatever. But I think the Beware Ranch Gem has will be more than an idol. No, it'll be the idol. Like it's the same thing that like Tiffany has. Carla posted that the place that they were digging was their shithole. Well, that's great. Well, that makes that even worse then. Is Nami the complex tribe? Probably, I guess. But I don't know. I think it's just kind of irrelevant. Like I think it's like I think Siga is the not complex tribe. But I don't think it matters though. Where again, like straight up, like I don't think complex tribes really mattered for. I mean, really, it's never truly mattered, but like it definitely hasn't mattered for a while. Especially in 3-tribe format. Where am I on the quiz? Well, yeah, I just don't know, like, what are these questions? Like, I just don't like these, like, odd one out questions, because, like, it's so arbitrary. It's like, there's, like, a billion things that, like, it could be. Yeah, Venus and Soda's arc with getting, immunity was iconic. I mean, I guess. It was a fun moment. And it's a funny thing that, like, now you can pay attention to every episode and see that, like, Soda's still doing it. I don't really care about, like, yeah, Mr. Beast thing. I'll probably watch it. We'll see how it goes, but I don't really care until it happens. I think they're all in consideration of top 10 worst New Era players. But it's like with the, like, so the question, like, Corinne, Michelle Chase, Jillian, Charlie, or Jackie? It's like, what is the, like, odd one out? It's like, based on what? Episode 1, Soda grabs it. Episode 2, Venus prevents her from grabbing it. Episode 3, she immediately passes it to Hunter. Okay, actually, I didn't see what happened in episode 3. Where, like, this episode, I paid attention to it, but I didn't see it in episode 3. Yeah, I did see that Adam Pike's going to be on, like, some Canadian challenge show, so that's something. Seems about right for Adam Pike. What, I add it to the review in terms of what? Like, I'm gonna mention it when it, like, happens. I'm not gonna, like, mention every... Like, I'm gonna mention it when it was focused on the show. I'm not gonna, like, mention it every episode of, like, oh, this is what Venus... This is what happens between Venus and Soda. Like, in reality, I'm trying to make these reviews shorter. I'm not trying to, like, bloat them out even more. I feel like Anthony dislikes his BB12, BB12 cast mates. Probably. Probably not as much as he liked the BB 7 ones, at least. Yeah, like, in terms of this question, I don't know, like, what would it even be? Because, like, I can see a lot of, like, pairings of, like, 2, but what are the pairings of, like, 3? But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I just think it's, like, the same, my issue with, like, reality TV connections. Is that there's just, like, too much that it could potentially be. Like, I feel like with, like, regular connections, you at least have this, like, kind of baseline of what to expect. With this, it's like, okay, there's, like, a billion things all these different people can be connected by. Because it's, at least with, like, connections, it's like, okay, this is, like, they all are, like, connected by, like, us, like, another word that they're, like, using their phrase with. Like, that's something that's, like, easy to find out. Where, like, with this, it's like, okay, they all have, like, different, like, a billion different stats and a billion different things. So, like, it just could be anything. Like, it could be, like, oh, that they're all, like, between 31 and 35. It could be, like, oh, that, like, again, it's like 4 women and a guy. It could be, I don't know, there's, like, just a billion different combinations that there could be. So, like, it's just, like, annoying to even, like, try to even think about these situations. Will this work? Probably not, right? Okay, there we go. Oh, that actually did work? Well, that's kind of dumb. Does have enough bros to bro down? Yeah, I mean, like, again, he seems to be, like, somewhat close to Matt, and... By the way, Matthew is a person in this game. That's a person. What's funny is I actually, like, have him, like, kind of high-ish on the, on my power ranking. I think his connection with Lexus is at least something. So if Hot Chocolate doesn't work out, at least that's, like, a backup for Lexus. Matthew is there. That is what Matthew's doing. I mean, he's part of the directors, right? He's the other guy in the directors. Again, he has a showmance with Lexus, so... something. How have I not failed this yet, by the way? Like, he has, like, no health. Okay, there we go. Cool. But yeah, like, Matthew, like, I don't know if he has much of a strategic bone in his body. He seems like a nice guy. Doesn't really seem to, like, know the game particularly well. Doesn't seem to be really playing that hard. But again, he's not being targeted right now. So, I mean, that's something at least. I love the sound effect fucking played still. Yeah, like I believe Anthony is like still close to like what Matthew and Tola and Elijah, right? So he still has. I don't know if Elijah is necessarily someone you would say is a bro, but he still does have like connection to some of the guys at least. I'm surprised he didn't bro down with Todd though. Like that feels like someone he would be close to. I mean, I assume that's just a name he gave himself. But, like, it's very strange how, like, we're just, like, they're just openly calling him Goose on the show. And I don't feel like that was ever explained on the show. Where you would think that they would explain the nickname. Alright, whatever. Let's just try to do this. Cool. Making it Survivor Winners Connections that's going to have no other possible answers. I mean, how is that even possible, though? Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I just feel like it's impossible to do that. Because, like, no matter what, there's always going to be combinations that these people can be connected by. Okay, I'm surprised I actually got that. Wait, what? Okay, that failed at the last second? Well, that's really stupid. Quiet on the set? I've not. By the way, I believe Physical 100 Season 2 came out, which I have not watched either. I don't know when I'll watch it. Fuck off. I really have to start from the beginning. But I'll watch it eventually. I'll probably wait until after I'm done editing. Okay, cool. Because I don't like editing while watching things on Netflix. Because for some... I don't know why this is the case. But for some reason, like, Netflix just slows down my PC for some reason. Okay, I thought I could get away with that. To where, like, when I'm editing while watching something on Netflix, for some reason my computer just gets, like, super slow, and I don't know why that is. Because, like, it's only Netflix. Like, every other streaming service, it's fine. It's just fucking Netflix for some reason. It gets slow. Fuck off. Okay, can these enemies stop coming after me? 2014 is the year of Ryan. I'm sure it is. And schedule changes, I believe so, but like I don't know how much of it was like stuff that was even known about anyway. But I forgot, what did I change? I did change something recently. What was it? Well, obviously, like making Challenge 40 a proper video, the Challenge 40 cast reaction. That was something that bumped things. I did something else. I forgot what it was, but something got moved. But, I don't know, like, nothing that, like, was immediate anyway. But, yeah, obviously the Saturday's video will be the, Titans vs. Rebels review, then it'll be the player ranking, then, hopefully next Saturday will be the mid-season power ranking for Survivor. I will say, there's a chance it might not be, where next Wednesday is gonna be, the next, like, ending of next week is gonna be a bit weird for me, where my dad is getting surgery next week, to where I'm gonna be helping my parents out with stuff. So I'm not sure if I'll have time to make the video for sure next week. We'll see though. Same thing goes to stream. I mean, there's a chance I miss the Wednesday stream next week because surgery's literally on Wednesday. But we'll see. Hopefully I can make it. Okay, obviously, like, obviously I'll stream at night, so, like, more than likely I'll, like, again, like, more than likely I won't miss stream, but yeah, never know. Titans vs. Rebels, like, by far #1 for 2024. Like, my #2 is Traders UK, or is it Traders US, actually? I forgot which one I have higher. But anyway, it's, like, it's #1 by a lot. Um, I mean, yeah, my dad's getting a hip replacement, which I guess it's not like, at least from what I know, it's like not like that big of a surgery, but obviously it's like a situation where he can't walk for a while, I believe. And I'm gonna be okay, cool. And I'm gonna help like drive him around at points, so that's something. Americans should learn from Australia for Survivor content. I mean, like, I think, like, what are we talking? Are we talking about like production, or what? Or I think the issue is that like Survivor US and Australian Survivor just have like radically different purposes. Where I don't think Australian Survivor and Survivor US are even like trying to make the same show. Where like Survivor US obviously can do what Australian Survivor is doing, but they don't want to. Like I think they're purposely not doing that. They don't want to make what Australian Survivor is making. Which obviously I would prefer Survivor US to go back to the type of show that Australian Survivor is making. But Survivor US intentionally doesn't want that. Like it's not a situation of like Survivor US doesn't know how to make a show like Australian Survivor. They know. They just don't care. They just don't want to. Jeff doesn't like that sort of product anymore. And really, I say Jeff, but like really, I think it goes even beyond that. I think like the rest of the executive producers are also on the same page as well. We're getting like it's much more than just like that. Like it's not like they don't know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They're very intentional in what they make. It's just that what they make is obviously like not what I would want ideally. Again, it's not like production is just like, because I think this is the thing that commonly gets talked about with Survivor US. Like people are saying that like Survivor US gets lazy. Like that's not the case at all. Survivor US is actually the opposite. I think really, if anything, Australian Survivor is more so lazy. I just think Survivor US is trying too hard. Like I think it's the opposite issue. Like I think Survivor US is like trying so hard to be a like specific thing that's just not the thing that I want from Survivor. Like what Survivor US is doing is not laziness.
Once inside, your men can overpower the camp's patrols, correct?
I don't like how in Rebirth, instead of possessed Cloud giving Sephiroth the black materia, Sephiroth just picks up from the ground. Yeah, that is different. Randomly on Walking Dead playthrough, I mentioned my parents' friend got lung cancer. And I started laughing because I sent a text that said that's good. I have no memory of any of that. I don't even remember who the fuck had lung cancer.
And that's you. Make sure to kill them without a fight. The armor has to stay.
Jem is the only person who wasn't undermined by the edit. Pretty much. I'm more like I probably won't end up watching the Quiet on Set. Oh, is this the documentary thing? Okay, I do know it. Like I've heard of this. Like I've heard the stuff with that Dan Schneider or whatever the fuck he is. But I didn't know if it was an actual like documentary thing. Yeah, do I think there's no swap next episode? There's 100% no swap next episode. Again, they're not going to swap just for the last one round then merge after that. Like, I think just in general, like, my assumption is that they swapped because they knew they had 90 minutes. However, I think their assumption is that if they were going to have 60-minute episodes, that they don't think they have enough time to handle a swap. so they just decided to not swap. Because they didn't know for sure they would get 90-minute episodes this season. Home turf episode with bananas was boring. That's about right. Okay, cool. But the thing is, like, when it comes to like winner ads and stuff, they aren't scared to undermine their winners anymore. It's like that doesn't really have like that much bearing on like who can win. Like obviously, if like your entire edit is you being undermined, then yeah, you're not gonna win. But like, just because someone gets like undermined once or twice, that's not like the end all be all. Okay, thank you. Like, I'm trying to think, like, did D get undermined? I don't remember. I know Jam Jam did. Then, obviously Gabler did. Marianne definitely did. Erica, I'm actually not sure. Did Erica ever get undermined? I think the bigger thing is that Erica just wasn't on the show for a lot of it. Because it's not like Erica, but that's not undermining. Like undermining is like you saying something and then it just gets like the exact opposite happens. Like that's not really what happened with Erica. Didn't D get undermined by Julie after the Sean boot? I don't remember. Did she? Okay, I'm going the wrong way. Gabler's one of 2 winners to be called an idiot. Yep, that is a thing. But again, by Deshaun being sketched out her, that's not undermining her. Now, I think like from a general perspective, you can look at it in the sense that that wasn't real. But like in terms of like based on what the season was showing us, like that was supposed to be real. So it's like it's not undermining; it's just showing what happened. When like undermining is more so like we get a confessional from Erica where she says, "Oh, Deshaun's my #1 ally," and then we cut to Deshaun saying, "Oh, I'm targeting Erica." That's undermining. But just like Deshaun targeting Erica and saying that, actually even through that he does say that, "Oh, Erica's the biggest threat in the game" or whatever. But like just through that, like that's not undermining. All of home states? There's no fucking way I would ever get that. Cool. Well, that's great. I don't give a shit about Drake Bell. The only thing I know Drake Bell from is fucking Champs Versus, right? Which even then, didn't he come off as a creep on that though? But again, none of that's undermining for Erica. Or I have to again, like I think Titans vs Rebels, I think is probably number 7 on my overall season ranking. Debatably number 6. Like I think, like in terms of Global Survivor, obviously, like I think Global Survivor, I think I still have my top 5 US seasons above it, which are what Kageon, Here's Villains, Dave vs Goliath, Pro Islands, and Micronesia. Dude, I think Micronesia is like even in the debate though. I think like it could arguably make top 5, but I think I would have Micronesia above it. And then I think I would still have Someone They'll Serve potentially, but I think that one's a bit more up for debate. Cool. Okay, can he fucking die, please? I very like. I do really like Ferris. Like as a both as a TV personality and also just like the way he plays the game. I do really like. Like obviously he does make missteps here and there. He's not like a perfect player. But again, I'm very happy that he did end up winning. But yeah, again, like I probably just I don't know, how many odd one out ones are there? I just don't even care enough to fucking do any of them. What if Cambodia like low for most people? Like 17 or something like that. Yeah, I think that's the way I look at it too. I think Someone They'll Serve has higher highs, but I think Titans vs. Rebels is more consistent. Or just in general, I think like Titans vs. Rebels, I think is like a very consistent season of the show. I think like its weakest episodes are what, like episode 2. I think episode, let's see, so episode 2, episode 11, which was the Nana-Lim with Alex getting swapped over. And I think there's one more that was in my mind. Which one was it? Nathan Boot episode. I think those are probably the 3 like weakest episodes. Was I low in Cambodia because I was spoiled? No, I was low on others. I was spoiled on seasons that I do like. I don't think Cambodia is good because Cambodia is just not that good. Yeah, like Cambodia, like I think Cambodia to me just feels soulless. Like it's a good season still. Like it's not a terrible season of the show. Again, it's still top half, but it's not the best of the best. It's not in the upper echelon for me. Like it just feels like a season that's like very game body. With like a massive lack of like character moments. Where it feels like the character moments that are there come early on with Abby Maria, but even then she gets like a bit purpled after like the early pre-merge. And then you have Keith with the Tuk Tuk, and even that's just like whatever. Where I always felt like that was like an overrated moment in Survivor history. So it's like there are obviously these like big like vote offs, but even then, like a lot of them don't even get portrayed properly. A lot of them just like don't even make sense of why they're happening on the show. Like they don't properly explain any of them. Which to be fair, like I think is like a bigger issue of Game Changers. I think Game Changers is like Cambodia on steroids. But it's still an issue on Cambodia. Like the fucking Kelly boot episode just like comes completely out of left field. The Kelly Wigglesworth episode, I'll say. Where like I guess fucking Kelly Wigglesworth and Joe are like super close. Like that's a relationship that was never fucking set up until now when it was just super important, obviously, because it fucking dictated the entire vote. But it never mentioned up until this point. And I guess, like, Fishback is, like, making this move to, like, weaken Joe because he's so close to Kelly Wigglesworth, I guess. Fuck me, how far away is this? Spencer, Jeremy, Steven. Yeah, I mean, like, there's, 3 of my favorite Survivor players. But it's still a fuck season, though. Samuel Lister got screwed over by two. What? Samuel Lister got voted out of the season ranking thing.
You missed the executions?
Oh, is it a split tribal or something? Is that what was happening? What's still left in here? Panama is still there? I feel like that's too high for Panama. To be fair, the other seasons I agree with. I think all the other seasons, like China is like maybe not in my top 9. I think that one's like debatable. But the other ones are all my top like top 9, right? I don't know why I just did that. That was just really stupid. Fuck me, dude. This entire Ezio trilogy playthrough is just taking way too long. Like, I don't know how this playthrough is, like, taking as long as it is. And so I'll probably finish Brotherhood next stream. And start Revelations. Maybe I can finish Revelations the next stream after that, but I don't know. Lover's Water got screwed by a rock draw. Think it would have made top 10 over Panama, yeah. I mean, like, Panama, like, again, it's still a good season, but, like, it's not a top 10 season of all time. Sarah won Game Changers and one of the best players of all time. I mean, like, was that relevant to anything? Oh, wait, I forgot. You mentioned earlier. You mentioned that like Kageyama returnees are the best, right? Wait, where am I going? Where is this? Okay, it's just right there. How's every from this season do you want to return? Who are we talking about? Rush 2017 was so mad that Loki and Tara won the battle against AK. Yeah, I mean, it's disappointing. Especially because like it happened because he got swap screwed. I think that's what makes that even more disappointing. Or I think had it like been like the merge vote or something, I think it would have been a lot more tolerable. But I think considering it's just like him getting swap screwed.
Bring me a suit of that perverted armor.
Every player from Titans vs. Rebels doing a return, and we do every player. Episode tonight at 46 is the exact same as episode 3. This is why Yanu should have went to tribal. But yeah, I think that messes up with the schedule though. But yeah, I mean like theoretically, yeah, that would have been great, but then they're fucked for down the road. I guess they could just like not do a split tribal or like yeah, split tribal. Because that's something they still do, right? Yeah, they did that in 45, right? So I guess they could have just gotten rid of that. But I get why they stopped it, obviously. Especially considering the medevac happened right, like, on the same day as the immunity challenge. Is Jericho best player from 2017? Probably. Like, I think I would put him number 1 in the player ranking, at least. Yeah, in terms of, like, people on return, like, Ferris... I don't know how Ferris does on a return, straight up. I think it's interesting because I don't know what his reputation is coming out of this season. Or like, obviously, I think he's looked at as a satisfying winner. I think he's looked at as a good player. But I don't know how good he's looked at as. Or like, I don't know if he, like Ferris on a returning season. Like, say Ferris is on with like David and with George and all that. Like, they're bigger targets than him, right? Like, is Ferris really gonna be targeted over like David? So, like, I don't know. Ferris might do well in return. But yeah, then, like, Caroline, I think, is probably not suited to do well, just because, like, naturally she's probably not suited to do well. Again, she's, like, a very high variance player to begin with, but on a return, I feel like, I don't know, probably not suited well, but you never know. Mark, I think, could do well. I don't think Mark's coming into like another season with a big target on his back or anything. To where like I'm actually like surprised that like, coming out of this, I actually think Mark is a pretty well-rounded player. Even though again, like I disagree with his strategy, like at points for sure, but like just in general, like I think he's again someone that is strategically active in the game. At least like again, is playing the game strategically. He again seems to be good socially. Surprisingly, I didn't think he would be coming into this season, but he seems to be. And then physically, he again seems to be able to hold his own. So it's like I feel like he's like pretty well rounded. Then who else is there? Raymond. I mean, Raymond's not returning, is he? I hope Raymond does return, though, right? I would love it if Raymond did return. By the way, Raymond's like celebration when Ferris won, when like Ferris showed up with the immunity necklace. Like that's probably one of my favorite moments of the season. Ah, fuck! I thought I could get away with that. Yeah. The Kirby I think is interesting. I think that Kirby might have a target on her back on her return. But again, I think Kirby is like a seemingly well like I think she's someone that would do well most given seasons. I think the issues I think she's kind of coming into a returning season like being looked at as a big player, probably even more so than Ferris. Where I could definitely see her having like the Sarah Lucina stigma against her, like Sarah Lucina coming into Winners at War, where like Sarah Lucina coming into Winners at War was like a massive target that everyone was talking about how we need to take out Sarah Lucina. I could see a world where like where Kirby's in that like sort of position. Also, like Sarah Lucina, I could see a world where like she's able to overcome that. Fuck. Okay, whatever. I guess I won't try to do that. But yeah, I'm talking about Sarah Lucina coming to Winners at War.
We must follow the patrol.
I think Raymond got no confessionals just because the way he speaks, but he seemed very well liked on the island. Yeah. I think the issue, Raymond, is that like I think like him not getting any confessionals and Ferris getting all the credit for like even moves that Raymond was making on his own, I think it's like not good for like how production views him. But yeah, I would hope he comes back. Let's see, what are the later questions? Was there a medevac in Gabon? No. Or a quit? Medevac or quit? No, still, right? Technically, like, I mean, like, GC quit, but, like, not officially. Was there a gross food eating challenge in Samoa? Yes, right? I believe there was. Probably got the most confessions in the pre-merge of Micronesia? Fuck. I've never thought about, like, separating it pre-merge post-merge. I don't believe so, though. Because, like, obviously she ends up with, like, a very low confessional count of 32. I would be surprised if she ends the season, or if she, like, got to the merge in a position where she's the most. If I were to guess, I would say Ozzy probably had the most. But either way, no one got disqualified for eating... wait, what? No one got disqualified for forgetting to... Oh, fuck, I'm an idiot. Forgetting, too physical from a challenge in Here's the Villains. True, right? Was there an auction token chains? Yes. Who had the second most confessionals in Gabon? Was it Randy?
I've heard that before.
Because I know Sugar had the most at the end, but I believe she like overtook Randy at the last second. So I believe it's Randy. Where like I believe Randy had the most for like most of the season. Multiple seasons had longer titles. Last season that had a longer title. Gabon and Tocantins both had one, right? And technically Micronesia had one too. Obviously fans' favorites, but like Gabon was what, Earth's Last Eden. Tocantins was the Brazilian Highlands. Fuck me, dude. I'm fucking this up. But yeah, thoughts on the finale. Again, like, finale was just whatever. But, again, obviously interesting result based on what I thought was going to happen coming out last stream. Yes, Josh from 44, Abraham 41 worse. I mean, Abraham was worse. And Abraham doesn't even survive a vote. At least Josh survived a vote. I think Caroline gets votes if she's a man. Probably. Well, I mean, like, it's tough to say because, like, obviously that just fundamentally changes how people perceive her, right? Because if she's like, because it's like the same thing of like Cass, or that's like an argument Cass makes. But it's like, you know, Cass, I don't think that's the case. With Caroline, it's like I think it's tough to say. Like, I think definitely there was a bias against her for being like part of the older woman archetype. And like being like a mom figure, but I don't feel like I feel like she also did enough wrong. Okay, cool. That failed. To where it makes sense why she would lose. Oh yeah, I would drop right away in that final immunity challenge. How are we gonna work? I'd rather watch digital dailies than Survivor 46. I mean, yeah, that is the thing. Caroline better than Denise? Probably not. Or like Denise was at least in the majority for most of the game. Caroline's game was a lot more rocky. Or like straight, if Caroline won, like, she would not be like a particularly highly ranked winner. Like, I still think her game's like solid, but like it's still like very turbulent. And same thing goes with Mark as well.
Stop them before they attack us.
Again, if it was a Mark Caroline final 2, I would have voted for Caroline. Yeah, I don't think either of them are like that highly ranked of winners. Why is Deal Island actually good? I mean, that is the question. Dude, I do wonder like how much of it is because it's like Boston Rob though that I care about it. Where like, I mean, Kim Matina definitely brought it. Like, I thought she brought like some decent TV, but like, yeah, I still don't even know half the cast straight up. Like, literally, the only people I remember are, well, I mean, obviously, like Kim Matina, Claudia, but they're gone. Boston Rob, Aaron, even the redhead, I forgot her name now. But obviously, she's like a big character. Stephanie is a person, right? I could not even tell you any of the broy guys that are on this cast. Who wins if Sam and Mark were in a final 3? Mark wins. Like, easily. But yeah, okay, so we got the winner connections. I'll finish the quiz first. Who got medically evacuated from Tocantins? Joe Dowdle. Who doesn't belong? Again, could not tell you about a lot of these. I mean, too far. Like Russell Swan, Charlie Herschel, Candace Smith. They're all lawyers, right? Isn't that what they all are? So I guess Dan Kay is a lawyer, right? Ace Gordon, James Clement, Tracy Hughes Wolf. That one I could not tell you. Okay, I'll just skip all the. Let's every flavor from Here's Villains or of Confessional Count. Fuck me, dude. The entire season. It's like Russell 1, Parvati 2. After that, it's pretty tough. Especially Heroes for Villains, which is like a very turbulent confessional count, because there's like people that like make it pretty far that get very little. Like Danielle gets like barely any confessionals. Is Candace worse than Danielle in Heroes for Villains? Yes. Right? Yeah. Like Danielle at least was like alongside Parvati and Russell when they were like running the game. Like Candace was like never actually in a good position.
Enough of your crap. Release my wife. Such entitlement from a man born with nothing to his name. Mine is worth its currency.
Yeah, I think Heroes for Villains is just tough.
How dare you?
Because I think who's third?
Nobility comes from
He's like, I can see it being like a number of people at that point.
Why don't you grow up?
He's like, I know JT gets a lot. I know obviously Coach gets a lot. I think Coach is above JT. Again, like this probably just takes way too long to fucking properly answer. Was Denise a jury threat? Probably not to win, but she definitely gets votes. Like, I think there's worlds where she gets at least 2 votes, but I don't think she ever wins. I don't think. I think JT would have done on Winners at War. Not great, realistically. I mean, like, yeah, like, who would he be on, like, in place of? Like, I guess, like, what, in place of, like, Nick? Is that who he would replace? Or, like, Adam? Or one of those? But anyway, like, I don't know who he's really working with. Like, does he have any, like, natural allies? I don't feel like he'll be that well positioned. Wait, what am I supposed to be doing here? Oh, just open the gate. Oh, do I have to fucking be... Yeah, I have to be anonymous? That's stupid. If Bus Rob was on Deal or No Deal, I would not be watching the show. I would probably agree, to be honest. Especially at this point where I have like so much shit to watch anyway. See, I probably just straight would not bother. 46 can redeem himself. Venus Isles out Tevin. That's not happening. I'll be mind blown if that happens. Idling out Hunter, maybe. Because at least Hunter does have like a quieter edit from a like confessional standpoint, at least. I think no way that she's idling out Kevin. Tyson Ruin, Boston Rob. I mean, yeah. What's the next question? Who's on DVD cover for Micronesia? Parvati, Amanda, Suri. Fuck, after that, I'm not 100%. I think Penner is on there? I feel like I remember Penner being there, but that could just be completely wrong. I would assume Ozzy is there. And would James be there? Like, I don't think it's Natalie or Alexis. Is it Eric? I didn't feel like Eric was there, but obviously it could very much be. Actually, let's see. Who was on it? Oh, it is Eric. Yeah. Eric, Parvati, Suri, Penner. I was right about Penner. Yeah, so it literally was Eric. Interesting. So James is on it. That's interesting, actually. Why wasn't James on it? He literally won fan favorite that season. Forgot this important thing. Obviously, because, yeah, looking at the crumble cookies was so important. Confetti cake, that seems whatever. Oatmeal raisin. I wish I didn't have raisin. Really, none of these seem particularly great. The jumping isn't even to reach something. They really just want slow-mo. Yeah. I mean, like, it is funny how, like, yeah, we got this entire segment on how, like, Mo can't jump. Only for, like, the jump part of it to be completely irrelevant. Still, Campbell the best player to be medevac? I would assume no, but I haven't, like, properly thought it through. Like, I don't think Joe Del Campo's that good of a player. But what's next? DVD cover for Gabon. So Bob. Okay, so obviously Bob, Sugar. I think Kenny. I think Randy and Corinne? Is Corinne on there? I think that's like the debate.
Perhaps you are right. I need
And did I say Kenny already? Wait, alright, let's just redo this. Wait, Bob, Sugar, Kenny, Randy, Corinne. Oh, I'm missing one? I don't think Susie is there.
Don't ever disappear again.
I think, like, I don't know, is it Crystal then?
Really? But you rescued me.
Ezio came up with a brilliant plan.
I did not. It was all your husband.
Or did I forget Maddie? Is Maddie on there?
You are my prince.
Now I better earn that title.
You will.
Yeah, I don't know.
You.
I feel confident in the other 5. I'm not sure about the last one. DVD cover for Tocantins. If I remember right, I believe Tocantins is literally the top 5 plus Tyson, right? So JT, Steven, Aaron, Taj, Coach, and Tyson. I believe. DVD cover for Samoa. Nally, Russell, Jason, Shambo. The question is Mick on there because I'm not sure. Oh wait, Laura. Wait, it would be Laura and Russell, right? Because we're turnies. Is that too many people? How many people is that? Wait. So both Russells, Natalie White, Shambo. Is Shambo on there? I guess that's the debate. No, Shambo's definitely on there. Then Laura. I think Jason's over there over Mick. I feel like Mick didn't make it. Oh, is it Sierra, not Aaron? Well, fuck. Well, Aaron got robbed then. But I feel like I want to do... I thought about this the other day. I want to do... what if Big Brother seasons had DVD covers? I want to do that video. I think that would be fun to do. Wait, where the fuck did they get all this money from?
You cannot pass these prices by. Stop. Have a look. I promise I do not.
How much? 46 yet? What happened? What do you think happened? Because what you think happened probably did happen. Where, I mean, it was as by the numbers as it could have been. But yeah, DVD cover for Here's Villains. So obviously Sandra, Parvati, Russell. Rupert is there. I assume Jerry is there. Is the last one Boston Rob? I'm trying to think who else would be there. I think that's what my guess would be. Let's see. Yeah, that was it. Okay. Wait, what the fuck is this image of Parvati? Yeah, actually, I'm looking at the Here's the Villains DVD cover. Where the fuck did they get this image of Parvati from? Was that like one of her alternate cast photos? Because I've never seen that image before. Let's see. Because I've seen the pink bikini, or fucking yellow bikini. I've never seen that image of her. Yeah, whatever. Then list boot order of Gabon from first boot to winner. So Michelle Chase, Jillian Larson. Was it Paloma? What the fuck's her last name? What's her last name, actually? I actually don't remember anymore. But Jackie... Did I bother starting this, by the way? I guess we'll start it. But I still plan on doing the daily run for Last of Us, so... in an ideal world, I wouldn't stay up super, super late, but that's probably just going to happen anyway. But yeah, Jackie Berg. Is GC next? And then, what, Kelly? Zarnecki. Then... Is that when Ace goes out? Ace Gordon and... Well, Dan K. I don't remember which one was first. I think Dan was first, right? I think Dan, then Ace. Then, am I missing someone, actually? No, that is right. No, yeah, that's right. Then Marcus, then Charlie, then Randy, then Corinne, Crystal, Kenny, Maddie, Sugar, Susie, Bob. Funniest thing to me is my live reaction of the first 13 minutes of 45 and hearing Dee's confessional. It feels like that feels like a winner quote. What'd she even say again? How would I even look this up? What was the 45? Alright, let's look this up. I forgot it's called We Can Do Hard Things.
I really did.
Of course, I fucking open up the episode. It's fucking Bruce talking. Where is it? Okay, that's Jake. So I think it's after, right? It's just part of the montage, right?
People think nurses are like nice ladies, but you have to be tough.
No, that's Kelly.
I'm gonna play like this is the only fair,
Oh, here.
because I'm the dagger behind my back.
Okay. Watch this get claimed for like the 10 seconds of this.
And I'm gonna play like this is the only chance. And it is the only chance.
Oh, okay, yeah. She was made for this. So, there we go. Oh, yeah, I guess I should try the connections one. Right. Okay, what do we got here with the connections? Adam, well, we already added Ferris to this. Yeah, honestly, that's the only thing Dee ever talks about ever is her big toe energy. Yeah, I would take a 14 episode, earn the merge over no tribe swaps at this point. Maybe, yeah, maybe. Because at least with the like, obviously, like, I think the game gets more interesting with the merge because obviously there's more people and there's more scenarios that can happen. Where like a major problem with the new era is just like the limited amount of options that can happen because there's so few votes. It's just you or Jem is the most attractive person on this cast. I mean, Jem's very attractive. Al should be like my number one pick, but yeah, she's attractive.
Feeling lucky, amigo?
I think the most like traditionally attractive person's Venus. And then like you got like Kenzie. You got wait, why am I playing this? Why did I pick this? You got who else is like? Oh, it's this I'm supposed to interact with.
Buongiorno, Ezio. It is time to pay a visit to Lucrezia's lover, Pietro.
I've sent my
Who's Venus? I only know Poverty 2.0. Well, that's something. But I find it so funny. I was literally rewatching Parts of Ghost Island, and like Dom literally says Libby is Poverty 2.0. So thank God Venus and Libby have something in common. Oh yeah, the BB Beauty thing. I'll do that too. Oh, that's why I had like I saw that I had a tab of the draft thing still open, but then I closed it. And now I realize it was open because I had the beauties thing up on there. I'm ranking them as players. It's like I mean technically I already ranked a lot of these, right? But too fair, I don't remember a lot of it. Candace Stewart. Cassie's below Candace, right? Wait, why am I like every single time I go onto the fucking draft thing, for some reason it's like not putting me on the right account. I don't know why that is. But whatever. I already mentioned it earlier. I think next boots. I think Q is gone if Yanu goes. I think from Nami it's Soda, and I think from Sega it's Tim, but I don't feel like they're going. I think more than likely they just don't go before the merge. Where do dream castings for All Stars of the World? Yeah, probably. Maybe. Actually, I don't know. Like in general, I'm not as excited to do casting videos. But, I don't know, I wouldn't be opposed to doing it. Yeah, I changed the Mystery Man to Jordan on the challenge draft. Which is funny considering, like, it was third pick, so, like, it actually makes sense that Jordan would be picked third. I feel like Sega gets 6 at the merge, and by traditionally try to lose someone at the merge. I would agree with that. I think that makes sense. Yeah, like Mergatory Boot. I could see like Mariah being Mergatory Boot, right? I think she seems Mergatory-able. Or like Mergatory Boots typically are people that like have content on the show, but like aren't like big characters. Like you got like J Maya, who to be fair was like pretty invisible early on, but then like by the time the merge like had a decent amount of content. You have I'm trying to think. So Josh, but like for Josh is even in itself. Actually, Josh also like was invisible early on, only didn't get content. Was he? I guess that was also kind of similar, wasn't it? 43 was Ellie. Ellie was obviously a bigger character, but 42 is Lydia, and that's like Lydia is kind of like Lydia and Sydney. I think both had like similar edits. Obviously, like very different characters in that sort of thing, but like I think very similar edits of like they both like got like kind of middling confessional counts. They weren't like invisible, but like they still got screen time here and there, and a lot of their screen time was like these narrational confessionals. Like they would be like the ones to like be like one of the first people to talk on like when we cut to their tribe and like set up the scene. Sort of like it feels like their way of like giving the Mergatory Boot like content while also like not making them like super prominent characters. Which, to be fair, I think Mariah has kind of stepped above that with the jump sequence this episode. But I feel like Mariah was like perfectly in line with that up until that point. Actually, Liz is probably a good shout. Actually, Liz definitely could be in that same ballpark. Who else? I think Tim is kind of on the quieter side at this point, right? I always said Tim, like, if we were only basing off the first, like, 2 episodes, but I feel like he's obviously gotten, like, nothing in the last 2 episodes. Who else? Like, Maria's probably too big of an edit. That's probably not even the right way to phrase it, because, like, her edit's not even that big, but, like, it's more so, like, her edit feels too good for her to be taken out in Mergatory. I think like Ben's is probably too good, right? Kenzie. Yeah, I think if Kenzie is the boot, it'll be like an Ellie style boot, right? Like that would be in line with that. Soda, actually, yeah, Soda would also be decent. I don't think Venus. I would be surprised if it's Venus. But I would agree with Soda being a potential one. Ben losing finalist? Potentially. I do find it interesting, though, that, like, a scene that would have led to me even more so on that is, like, one that didn't make the show. Because I believe there was a secret scene last week where, like, we see, like, the tribe talking about how, like, oh, we can't even talk to Ben. He doesn't talk game. Which, like, to be fair, if that was in the episode, that actually would have been good for his edit because, like, it gets undermined by later in the episode where, like, after he comes back back to camp, he gets proven wrong where, like, he, like, lies to them and, or not lies, well, actually, no, he does lie to them, right? But anyway, he like, ends up, like, using the information to his advantage and everything, which shows him playing the game. But I think, like, that line in particular, though, or, like, that, like, concept would be one that, like, would explain why he would lose at the end. Where it's like, he is getting, like, an edit of one that, like, we're supposed to like him, right?
Did you uncover information about Pietro? The man is an actor, and he is
Like, he's supposed to be this, like, rootable figure so far. But yeah, like, has, like, very little strategic content. We don't really know where he is in the game. We don't know his, like, personal connections outside of, like, the song battle. That was really, like, the kind of moment where, like, we saw him and Charlie being, like, somewhat close-ish, but not really. I mean, I literally have it ranked. I mean, I can look it up real quick. Let's see. But I think after this mission, which is done in like a second, I think I'll probably move on to Last of Us. Because it's already 3 a.m. And straight up, I am actually already tired too. Where the fuck is that spreadsheet again? I don't remember. I think it's in this one. There we go. 2019. There we go. It is number... Shit. Oh, it's at the bottom. It's the worst of the year. I have 14 shows from that year I have as the worst. Which, I don't know. Is that fair? It's better than fucking Amazing Race Australia 4, right? Better or worse than UK Season 2 of Circle? I think that's a debate. Yeah, I don't know. It's low, though. I mean, it's definitely towards the bottom. And actually, like, I'm probably going to rewatch it. Where, again, I'm rewatching Ghost Island right now. I'll finish up the rewatch on Edge of Extinction. I'll probably end up rewatching IOI. Just because, like, those are... Like, IOI and Edge of Extinction are 2 seasons that... Actually, no, I did rewatch Edge of Extinction. But, you know, IOI is a season I've never properly rewatched, so I'll do that. Edge of Extinction I haven't watched, like, since it aired, essentially. In full, I should say. While, Ghost Island is one that I just, like, really have not the greatest memory of. So I end up rewatching those, and I'll rewatch the rest of the New Era. Yeah, I think Ben probably has longevity, but I don't think he wins. Kenzie does have an Owen trajectory. I don't think she has an Owen trajectory. Like, if anything, she has, like, maybe a Shan? Maybe Shan's not even the right... Maybe Drea? I don't know. I think there's no way Kenzie gets to the end and loses. But I think there's also no way she gets to the end. Where again, she's being hyped up as a good player. Like, Owen was never hyped up as a good player. Oh, it's in here, isn't it? It's the Fallout show? Not really. I never was a big Fallout guy. Will I watch it? I don't know. Also probably not. But, like, yeah, I don't really have that much of an interest in it. Right now it's Hunter, but I really just don't think anyone has a particularly good at it on this season. Where, yeah, like, I feel like every player on the season has pretty much been undermined outside of Gem, and Gem just has, like, a bunch of red flags. The thing is, like, Hunter is, like... Yeah, Hunter has, like, the lowest... total confessional count, but like I feel like the confessionals he gets are very strong. Oh, fuck off. I had to fucking do the recruit thing. Okay, we'll do the fucking recruit thing before I move on to. Shit, do I actually need to do one of the Borge Towers? That's annoying. Alright, should I try these connections? No. Again, like like, where do I even start?
More with his recruits.
Like, is it like vote count related? And that's what I'm saying. Like, there's just like so many like things to think through. It could just be like anything. Oh, like unanimous vote? Is there like 4 unanimous vote people? So Adam, Ferris, Earl, Pia. Okay, there's that. Then let's see. Bob 143, Tina 143. Oh, that can't be it. There's Marvel 1943 of the best graphics. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think it looks insane. Like, it looks ridiculously good, but like, it kind of feels too good to be true. Or like, I do very much wonder, like, is that actually how it'll look when it, like, oh, is he up there? Okay. But is that really how it'll look when it comes out and everything? But like, I believe it was showed off as like a tech demo, right? Like, it was showed off as like, to like, where was it at again? It was at like some sort of event, right? Was it like to show off like some sort of engine or something? Okay, cool. Yeah, it kind of looks like it looks like realistic, but also like fake at the same time. It's like, it's very strange the way it looks. Oh, fuck off. Where like, it looks like very real, but you can tell it's not actually real. And also, the voice acting is very straight. Like, Captain America, like, really threw me off. Like, that does not sound like what I expected Captain America to sound like. But, whatever. But in terms of the other winners, 1943 seems like an out there premise from what you would expect. I'm pretty into it. Yeah, like I'm excited for it. Again, like I really like the stuff Amy Hennig has done in the past. To her, she's always been like a trailblazer in terms of these like kind of focused narrative single player experiences. So, oh wait, fuck me, I'm going the wrong way again. All right, wait, I need to do a Borgia Tower. So it'll be interesting to see how she does this one. I believe she's also working on a Star Wars game as well, I believe. So like, that'll also be interesting. Here's when you're gonna realize new era composition are 2 whites, 2 blacks, 2 minorities. Oh, per tribe? Oh, so I mean, you mean 2 whites, 2 blacks, 2 like non-white or black, essentially. That wouldn't shock me. I haven't thought about it, but like that wouldn't shock me if that is the case. Yeah, because I guess yeah, like Yanu had what, Jelinski and Kenzie, then Tiffany and Q, and then Banu and Jess. Siga has what? Mariah and Charlie. Then Maria and Jem. And then Tim. And who's the other person on the tribe? Oh, and Ben. So that doesn't really work. Yeah, so that's 3 white people. And then, then what? Nami, Tevin and Soda, Hunter and Liz, and then Randon and Venus. So yeah, that one fits too. So, I would not be shocked if that's like an intentional thing. Means again, it plays into like the point of the diversity mandate. Or like it would be kind of dumb if they like force them to cast a majority diversity, but then like still like put all the white people on the same tribe and that sort of thing. Like I would not be shocked if that's like an intentional thing of like also separating them, separating the tribes based on diversity as well. Bring at least one of 47-48 have 2 starting tribes. They won't, but it would be cool. But they won't. For God of War True Colors, Alan Wake level graphical level, like realism with enough stylistic note to. I would agree with that. Like I don't need it to be like photorealistic. But I think it'll be interesting to see how it goes though. The thing is, like, also, is like those are cutscenes, right? Like, I obviously in-engine cutscenes, I assume, but it'll be interesting to see the proper gameplay. Oh yeah, there were 3 white people in Bello too. I didn't even think about that. More interested in Kenzie's palm frond scrunchie than anyone on Sega outside Gem. Well, that's something. Oh wait, fuck. Wait, I just realized I need more? Didn't I recruit one more outside the main mission? I could have sworn I did. That's fucking annoying. That means I have to do another Borgia Tower. Actually, what? Yeah, okay. So there were more POC on Reba. Huh. Which one do I want to do? I guess I'll do this one. Post this earlier. Do I agree? What is this? Oh, Big Brother DVD covers. BB2, that's probably right. Like, because like I think if I do it, I'll like keep the trends. Like I would more so be like doing like what would the DVD covers be more so than like what I would make. It's like BB2 having Boogie on there makes sense considering he comes back. Then everyone else makes sense too. Essentially just top 5 plus Boogie. BB3, that's essentially just the top 6. That's probably right? Yeah, that's probably about right. BB4, it's also, well, it's the top 5. No, it's not even that. It's top 4 plus Jack and Dana. I think Dana you could put on, considering she's someone that like they wanted to bring back for All Stars. So like that would make sense. Jack, I'm unsure. Actually, I think G... Would they have G on over Jack? I think they probably would, right? I don't know. That one's a bit tough, actually. BB5 is the what? Top 5 plus Jace? That's probably about right. Or no, it's not top 5. It's top 6 minus Karen plus Jace, which is, again, probably right. BB6, Janelle is in the front and center, so that's something. Which is funny. Which I could definitely see them doing that. But yeah, that's what Sovereign. So the forward at return for 7, and then Maggie and Yvette. That's probably right. All Stars, Boogie, Will, Janelle, James, Danielle, Erica. So that's what, top 4? No, it's top. So it's essentially top 7 minus Chicken George. That's probably about right. BB8, Dick, Danielle, Eric, Dustin, Jen, Jessica. That one may be a bit more debatable. So, Dick and Danielle, obviously. Like, they kind of have to be there. Eric, I think you would have on there as, like, again, he made top 6. And then also, you have the America's Player Twist, which was a major part of the season. After that, I think it's tough. It's tough to gauge who they liked on that season. Outside of Dick and Danielle. And, like, no one else comes back, right? Outside Dick and Danielle. But, like, I don't think they like Zach. I didn't get the sense they love Jamaica. But also, it's not like I don't think they like Dustin either. But, like, I guess Jessica makes sense. But yeah, I'm really not sure who the other ones would be. I think that is a bit of a tough one. Imagine Kale. Oh, cool. Well, that's great. So do this fucking again. Yeah, BB9 is, what is that? Top 5? No, top 6 minus Sharon plus Chelsea. I don't think they would have Chelsea on there. Yeah, I don't think they'll have Chelsea. I think they would have Maddie on there. I think you take out Chelsea, put in Maddie. I think that's right. Where they really loved Maddie at the time. By the way, BB-8, probably Jen is right. They did bring back Jen for the BB-10 challenge, so yeah, probably Jen is right. Okay, cool. Alright, I just realized, do I have to do the thing again? Dude, this is annoying. I really hate that aspect of this game. Oh wait, I'm an idiot. Wait. I'm dumb. I did it already. I have to. Okay, I'm fucking dumb, dude. I'm not even paying attention. Okay. Yeah, I have enough to do the main mission, don't I? Yeah, BB-10. That's what the final 5 plus Rennie, or plus Libra. I mean, I don't think they put Libra on the cover. I don't think they like Libra. I think Jesse is on there, right? Yeah, how's Jesse not on the cover? Like, Jesse's definitely on the cover. Okay, yeah, so we can do that now. I want to unlock the blacksmith if I can. BB-11, that's just what, the top 6. I think Jesse would be on there. But outside that, that's probably right. They probably replaced Jesse. Yeah, actually, who did they put? Did they take out Russell or did they take out Michelle? I think it's one of the two. Or maybe they didn't take out... I would not be shocked if they take out Natalie. Like, that would definitely feel right based on what I think they feel about Natalie. Because actually it's easy, I swear. I'm too fucking tired to even think about it at this point. Yeah, BB-12. That's just, what, top 6? No, it's top... No, Enzo would be on there. It's not even close to top 6. Yeah, so Hayden, Brittany, Enzo, Rachel, Brendan. I think you take off Reagan. Now, I think it's a debate between Matt and Lane, who gets that last spot. What do I want to do here? I guess I'll buy these, right? Actually, I should have bought the fucking crossbow. I'm an idiot. God damn it. Yeah, whatever. BB-13. That's what, final 8 minus Portia minus Adam. I don't think Shelly's on the cover. I think that's one that they... Yeah, I don't think they would have Shelly on. Even Kalia, I don't think is like a guarantee. But I think they definitely... Like, Portia would be on over Shelly, probably. Why I put 41 in my emotes? I don't. It's because they automatically put that. Because, like, Twitch just... Like, if you're not a Twitch partner and stuff, they just automate what your emote thing is. So, like, mine just ended up being 41. Okay, so... Okay, I'll probably switch over to Last of Us. So... Yeah, I guess we'll just end now. So yeah, I'll go to Last of Us. The stream will end for like 30 seconds, then I'll be back. I'll be honest, I'm so fucking tired, but I'll still do daily run anyway. But either way, yeah, I'll be back in like 30 seconds.